Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic, gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. Three plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A fourth plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
And greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 27th, 2024. Welcome to the new Central European time, and just be aware any of the meetings you join in the next number of days will probably be, or could be, unless you're in sync right now with the Central European time, an hour ahead or an hour and back. I'm not exactly sure, but the New York time has now we're 5 hours behind rather than 6 hours behind. I think you've experienced that in Canada. But next Sunday, early morning, we'll be back in sync, and then that 6 hours will be the same. So welcome, everyone. And again, we press on trying to disperse in a way some of this knowledge that we think we understand. But of course, as we know, the systems that Mr. Keshe is working with are way past our matter state in a way understanding, as now he's talking about the ultimate energy system in the way energy is created in the universe rather than in the matter state. And I was surprised when he said how they achieve lift and motion, it was a matter state plasma that they had created. And now we're moving into this, in a way, universal way of connecting everything together to your amino acids and the rest. And this is a huge, again, disconnecting us from the resources of this planet, whether it's for feeding, for traveling, for energy, or for wellness. So this is a huge move by the Keshe Foundation. Again, in some of the previous sessions, they were talking about feeding the physicality and feeding the soul. And now it appears to be going all to feeding the soul, and then the soul in turn will provide the physicality what's needed. It made me think of what happened with one of the knowledge seekers when they said they felt hot in one of the public sessions. I think it was the 558, and I said they must be testing something for that to happen. That was a quite unusual circumstance. Even though they're in a cooler climate, I didn't think they wanted to experience that much heat, but I think that was some sort of test, again, to prompt the soul to warm up the physicality. And again, disconnecting from any of the resources on this planet. We're just starting in so many ways to discover this, our capabilities and our capacities. As Mr. Keshe said, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And of course, as I said, it applies to feeding, wellness, travel, energy production, and probably much, much more. And we know some of these systems that are being made. The cosmic ray bundle is still available and others. But before we go too much further, we do want to review the World Peace Treaty, because apparently this new type of system man can live a perfect life. And the two caveats are thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. And this is what we're understanding, that we can accomplish many of these things, but the system will ingrain some of these things into us. He also said it's about time we started using the alien technology, what they're using. And so it's, again, quite advanced. The governments are being asked to, especially Iran, is being asked to disclose this knowledge to humanity. And this will be a huge change for the direction of humanity. And we know mankind is very good at changing in so many ways. I think many people, when they found the car, they got right off the horse and would enjoy the car. So I think it'll be the same here with this sort of movement, where we can move again into more of a universal energy rather than the matter state. We're connected. As he said, we cannot strap magravs onto your back when you go out into the universe. Although it also applies to the matter state, but it's going to give everybody the choice to, as he said, the milk is the creator, and the energy or the honey is the coming into this land of milk and honey, milk being the creator and the honey being the energy of the universe. And of course, as he said, you sweeten it to your own taste. And we've seen that many times. I usually have one bit of sugar or a little bit of honey to sweeten things, but other people pour much more in there. Sometimes I wonder if they're just having a little coffee with their sugar. But it's up to you to sweeten it and to your desired liking. So as we heard in the disclaimer and other places, it's all what this technology means to you and how you integrate it into your structure and how you'd like to apply it. No one's going to be forced, although the governments are being put into a certain predicament at this point, where if one doesn't come out and release, we'll end up sharing it with another government or multiple governments. So hopefully they all come on board. And again, part of the whole acceptance of the new technology is to accept the World Peace Treaty, and perhaps we should just read that to confirm the World Peace Treaty. I'm going to have to actually find it, then share the screen here. And here is our World Peace Treaty. A very simple document which the world leaders, religious leaders, and anyone else and everyone else can sign with a pen or sign with the pen of their soul. And we just read this to confirm the ethos that we're all operating on. And as he said, we're going to see how many people can feed themselves and to move away from this killing another entity to maintain our own structure. We're already absorbing 80% of the energy from the universe, so we don't have far to go. And I think these systems are going to be a beautiful topping on all the rest of it. And they're going to work for everyone, not only the people, but also, I think, plants, which are already pretty close to the creator and operate without killing and stealing, but also to the other entities on this planet, like the big four-legged animals or others that will all be able to feed without killing because we're all involved in the same process. So it's not so much about it is changing your feeding, but you're still going to be feeding on something, fields, but it's to move away from this idea of killing and stealing. I guess they sort of both go together in so many ways. But this is the idea of these new universal energy systems, and he's asking Iran to disclose. And of course, we'll go through a little bit of this, how basically the scientists, the academicians, and the rest have been dragging humanity for years and years. Mr. Keshe mentioned how he's been battling the governments and government scientists for quite a long time. But now it's moving ahead because they don't understand it. As he said, it's not real to them. It doesn't exist. But of course, it does exist. And many of us have tested it and found many things in there. But this is a huge change in the life of humanity once, again, we have a government come forward. Now, he did mention, of course, the blueprint day, that we could conduct another blueprint day, the way he showed you how to make the magravs and the Ganses and other things. But he indicated also at that same in those same sentences in that same part of the workshop that this would cause a huge chaos. We have to have the governments involved. We need the governments involved to bring about an orderly transition of this technology. So governments, if you're listening, hopefully you'll get on board. Otherwise, you could miss the boat, as they say. And but I think if they relent down the road, they'll be welcomed right into the family. Again, signing this World Peace Treaty and committing themselves to peace. But it looks like, in a way, he's advancing this technology and showing it. It's going to be shown to governments, he said, in the number of days or weeks ahead, where governments are going to be able to see some of this technology actually perform. He didn't mention inviting any of the knowledge seekers, but he did mention inviting some of the world scientists, leading scientists, so that they can see the energy, what an energy of a banana looks like, what a transmutation looks like, what fields of wellness perhaps or energy look like. So they're going to be, in a way, privy to it. They're going to be able to observe it, but they're probably not going to get the recipe for the secret sauce until the secret way of putting all these technologies or technology together. But this is a beautiful time, and we're getting closer and closer. Mr. Keshe is already at the top of the mountain with the technology, talking to world leaders and showing what can be done, how we can walk away from killing and destruction on this planet with the new technology, and then we can open up fully the universal dimension in so many ways. Again, you could travel in the dimension of energy or in a matter state type of craft. But we need to come to this permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And this is the World Peace Treaty, which you can find on the Keshe Foundation. You can print it out for yourself. We don't collect them necessarily. It's not like we're trying to get everybody to sign it and we collect and see how many millions we get. No, this is about you. It's between you and your soul. And it's up to you to make that decision. And again, investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, the knowledge of creation and the way the creator moves. I made the man in the image of myself, and now we're going to have systems that will allow man to live this perfect life without killing and without stealing. And this is part of the whole operation. So we're a beautiful fit, as he said. It's almost like we were made to be part of the universe with this part of the amino acids being dedicated to the energy dimension, a part of the amino acids being dedicated to the physical dimension, and some of them interact between each other as well. So we do have a lot to learn, but I think we're going to hear more and more. And it was beautiful to hear that someone has achieved a type of transmutation in one of the groups, and we'll go into that shortly. But we're going to read the World Peace Treaty just to reaffirm our commitment to peace. And if anyone would like to read it, just open your mic. If no one opens the mic, I'll read it. Okay, World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city or town, a body or a soul. You decide. Or you could put multiples there. Simply your name, your signature, date, position held. Have it witnessed, of course. And then after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. Ah, I see someone has just dropped in from North Carolina, and maybe we'll have an update shortly. So thank you very much. I know we've been elevating all the souls in that region, but it's going to take some time. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and this is what's required. It's advanced space technology in exchange for you pledging your nation to peace. And at this point, it doesn't seem like a lot of nations want it. But I think once they, again, see some of this technology demonstrated, and as Mr. Keshe said, he'll teach the knowledge seekers if the governments don't go ahead with it. But the preferable way is to have a government involved, that we don't create chaos, and that we have an orderly transition. You can imagine if all the mining materials were made by our material enhancement unit, that there'd be many miners unemployed, because you can make as much copper as you'd like. You can make as much of anything as you'd like, basically, depending on what knowledge is shared. So if these people don't have a job, they're still going to have to provide for their families and everything else in the interim. So this is why Mr. Keshe has mentioned this, in a way, a stipend, a monthly stipend for people. And if we can take some of this war money, I think there'll be more than enough funds available to that we can move in this direction. So that's the World Peace Treaty. You can sign it, you can share it, you can display it. And I think this gives, again, just having this treaty in front of someone who's never seen it before will, in a way, almost transfer energies to them to start thinking in this new dimension. And this is what he's opening up, that we can move in this sort of understanding, that we don't need to kill, that we don't need to steal, and we don't need to be connected to the resources of this planet. I'm talking the oil, I'm talking the food, I'm talking everything else that we do in the matter state. Now we can become these universal citizens in so many ways, but we'll have to see if man can learn to feed himself. And that's what some of these transmutations and some of the offers in the store are all about. And feel free to join me and add anything you'd like to the knowledge, but I just thought we'd share the upcoming sessions in what we call the transmutation testing. And again, we're all already participating in transmutation. As I mentioned, you're converting 80% of the energy you need from the universe, the environment, and so on. It's only 20% that we're short. So that's a transmutation that everyone is participating in without even knowing. I always thought all the food we eat is all the energy we get. And as he said, if we had to depend on food, we'd be eating, we wouldn't have enough time in 24 hours to get all the energy we needed. So this is a whole new understanding in that area as well. But what's happening in these transmutation testing, the next three that are up are on nutrition and wellness. And of course, it's about the wellness of the soul and the physicality. But in these tests, it seems to me As he said, in some of the previous tests, we were feeding the soul and the physicality. Now, with the universal energy, we can hook you up to the universal fields, which will feed the soul, which in turn will feed the physicality. But he said it's not going to be an easy job. So again, we're still learning how to feed ourselves. So when we talk about these advanced systems, I mean, if you had a child that you were just nursing or just feeding, would you ask them to ride a bicycle or to build a bicycle or to do something else, climb a tree? No, they're just learning how to feed themselves, which is an important aspect, as I say, because it moves us away from stealing and killing, which seems to be all the commandments are subsumed in a way in those two commandments. Thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. And then we can live this perfect life. So in these transmutation tests, you're actually being a guinea pig for humanity. And I think humanity will applaud you greatly in the future. Not that they have to know, and maybe it's better that they don't allow the universal community to see and observe. But many will thank us for going through this process and helping the scientists of the Keshe Foundation understand more. So the next series, November, December, and January, are $600 per session. You can book your virtual seat and to see what comes out of it for you. Or if you don't find any changes that day, you may see changes in the coming week or month, or you may see no changes. You're testing this for humanity. Again, to be fed remotely, to be brought wellness remotely, to travel remotely. And also, I think the energy production will be there. So we encourage everyone to move into this testing if you can. Again, it's quite expensive to me, and I'm sure to most others, but it's very inexpensive for what it's going to do for humanity and the development of the entire systems. It's helping our scientists to understand more. It's helping to perfect the system. And again, you might think some things, I know my last session was not as lively as the session before, but he said in a couple of these groups, we've seen some very interesting results. And maybe an upcoming meeting will be happening this coming Friday. Perhaps some of it will be shared, but perhaps it'll just be another session for testing and improving your understanding of your capabilities, capacities, using your own energies in combination with the system, this new universal system, he said, which is a huge game changer. It can create motion, it can create life, and it can connect to you directly. So this is what's being offered by the Keshe Foundation. And at the end today, we'll play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. There's many entities, let's say, and I don't mean from the universal community, but structures on this planet that would not like to see this go ahead and would like to co-op it with millions and billions of dollars to extend this testing for a decade or 2 decades and so on. Mr. Keshe is staying independent and not really accepting any funds from the government. And this is how we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Would anyone like to say anything? I know a few people have had some amazing experiences here. Sometimes we're all a little bit shy of wanting to bring much into the public, but we keep hearing more and more of small things happening and some very big things happening as well. So we're encouraging everyone, if you can, to take part in these sessions. You don't know exactly what you may help humanity with, help the doctors with, to understand more how this system works. So this is part of keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity, and that was an over voice by Alex, I think, and created by the Brazilian team, and we'll see that at the end. But it's just amazing what he reported in this last workshop about the young person with a 60% failure in both kidneys. They're waiting for the test results. I think that they've probably gotten them on Friday and so on, but amazing. Again, this could end human organ trafficking if you can repair kidneys without having to replace them. And again, this is it's not only kidneys, there's many other organs that I think the same sort of thing can happen. But right now it's on the kidneys, and I think they're going to see, or they already have seen, some amazing results. So the whole idea of science is the matter state and the rest of this. And of course, we're going to break that taboo in science, and we're going to go to the um, energies of the universe directly. And this is what he's calling the ultimate energy system. And this is what will be demonstrated. And I think they may be using it or have used it already in the recent past. He said it's not something we have to build, it's already built. And this is probably what the scientists are going to see to help them understand more. So this is part of the offer from the store, and there's many other offers which you can learn more about, especially the path of the soaps, which they're going to be pursuing. I think this is the one here where you can use a soap to remove some pain, to remove some other problems or conditions you may have, even perhaps learning more about feeding yourself, which again, using a soap, but these are just not soaps. As I say with Mr. Keshe's words, it's just not a recording. There's a lot of power and a lot of soul and a lot of interaction with your being when you hear Mr. Keshe. And that's why I like to play many of the recordings, because he has a way of directly interacting with your soul. And we're learning how to do this more and more, communicating with each other, communicating more with our own soul in a way. So these are some of the offers in the store. Of course, there's all these what they're calling Twinity products as well, for sleep, for migraines, for menopause. A knee Gans is here. Let's see what else they're showing here. The cycle, this Twinity cycle Gans here. One for heat, one for men who go through a sort of a deteriorating factor on their masculinity, let's say. So all of these things are out for test, and I believe they'll be put into applications in the near future. So where you'll be able to take advantage remotely of whatever you'd like to dial in for. And I don't think it's going to be so expensive. It'll probably be set based on the ability of that country to pay for these sort of things. But at the same time, he mentioned satellites that Huawei was working on, putting them up in the where satellites usually go, and be able to feed everyone. So there's a lot of things going in the background, and the knowledge seekers are only aware of about 5% of what the Keshe Foundation is doing in the background. So there's many, many things I think that governments have been shown, scientists have been shown, the knowledge seekers haven't been shown, but we're here basically to support. And as he said, in the near future, perhaps we'll be demonstrating this technology to others and actually how it works. I mentioned earlier in another meeting how when they brought electricity to the southern part of the United States, I guess it was in the north for a while, but they had to teach them how to use electricity. People had no concept of what electricity and how you plug something in and the shock you could get from it, or how to use it and to keep it away from water and the rest. So the knowledge seekers, I think, will be instrumental in showing people how to use this technology. We may not be able to replicate it, although Mr. Keshe did say in the future we'll teach you some of these things. But at this point in time, the offer is to use the technology. And again, we've always used the example, you don't need to build a jumbo jet to fly on a jumbo jet or to use a jumbo jet. You pay for one seat, and it'll be the same. It's the same with the cell phone. You couldn't build one, but you can certainly use it. And it's the same with all the products in the Keshe Foundation store. You may not know how to make them for yourself, but it'll become inexpensive enough that it'll be available to all of us. And we'll see the results from there. So this is what's happening in the Keshe Foundation at this time. And I thought we'd have Mr. Keshe explain in the announcements, which is about 19 minutes. So we're going to listen to that. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add before we go to the announcements in this last 561 Knowledge Seekers Workshop? Let me just share that. All quiet? No problem. let's hear what Mr. Keshe is, where the Keshe Foundation is going, how he's moving. And of course, none of this is in stone. In other words, based on conditions, based on what other events happen, things can change quite radically. But while we have, maybe before we actually even do this, while we have Carolyn here, and I know she probably, I don't know if she still had to go down to a communications center in North Carolina even to be able to connect with us. Let's see if she'd like to say anything and give her an opportunity before her battery runs low or someone else wants to come into that communication center. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Carolyn, or just give an update if progress is being made, or is it, I know you said it would be very slow, very cumbersome, materials are not getting in, although there have been a lot of other citizens, from what I'm hearing, with small helicopters and other ways who have cleared roads, who have brought in supplies, brought in generators to try and help each other. So, Carolyn, if you'd like to share anything about the situation there, please feel free. You're our eyes and boots on the ground in a way. Okay, I see your microphone is open, but there's no sound coming through. Are you speaking? I hear some.
Can you hear me now?
There, you've connected. Beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, I'm connected, but it goes in and out, so it really limits what I can do here.
Okay, we're accommodating. No problem. It's nice to have you here. And if you'd like to share what the needs or wishes are of the people there or how things are sort of shaping, we don't get a lot in the news. It's almost like somebody said that a group of the, I guess, National Guard had stopped into their rest stop along the way and they told them everything was going fine. They were there to pick
Yeah.
up some water and the rest of it. And I was just wondering about that. It didn't seem to jive with what you had reported.
No, it's not true. And the National Guard just picked up all the stuff that was left over when they consolidated the distribution place. And it wasn't left over. It just hadn't been picked yet by people who needed it. And they sent it to an Amazon warehouse. It's like, what? You know?
Wait a minute. You said they had many things at the distribution center, but after amount of time, they said, "Oh, nobody needs it. We'll ship it somewhere else."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Maybe people couldn't even get there.
Right. You can't. It takes over an hour to get to town now because you have to stop and wait for construction.
And how
And it's
much time was it before?
only
Just a
12
few
miles.
minutes? 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Yep. Yep. So everything is at a snail's pace. How's medicine and other things like that?
Well, they have been working with people that need to have like the insulin chilled, generators for refrigeration and medicine places. Dialysis is needed. They have places for those people. But I don't know the duration of it. If they're just going to say, "Well, we're done here, goodbye." But the World Central Kitchen is feeding us every day, just down at the Wi-Fi station. So that's fun. It's fun to have that.
Yes, I would
Yeah.
love to see the Keshe technology employed there or
Yeah,
deployed
and I talked to
to
my
that.
neighbor about that. I told him, I said, I need to talk to you about something. And I introduced him to Keshe a little bit. And he said, oh, yeah, I want to know about that. Because he does a lot. He's a world famous sculptor in China and in Italy and in, I don't know, other places, in the United States, New York City and Houston mostly, but does public works a lot. So, yeah, I've worked on a lot of his projects before in the past because
And
he has
most people probably just are depending on the matter state, never even thinking that there could be another way to solve the crisis.
Oh yeah, and if he was put it in any of his sculptures, it would be, everywhere, right? It would, especially in these public spots.
Oh, I
So
see. You mean
that's
embed something into the sculpture?
oh yeah, I mean you could
Hmm.
easy. It'd be easy to do.
Yeah.
My son works he works there as a fabricator.
Okay, so you're very familiar with this artist and his work. Yes, we've seen that with the paintings, and we've seen that with the Twinity products. The foundation supplies these, but I think he's going in a way where everyone is going to be able to receive some of these things from either
Life is
satellites. Go ahead.
I was just saying life is just dragging along, you know. It will be at least a month. I get more and it'll probably be 2025 before we get power back.
Hmm.
And,
Okay.
and it's just expensive because you have to get the propane or the gas. My generator's not working on gas anymore, which is efficient. I'm having to use propane, and that's not efficient. And it smells like high, which is a stupid thing to put in it.
Yes, it's
Not
hard to, yeah, it's we take everything for granted, but when it's gone, wow, we don't realize what we had until it's gone sometimes. Yeah. And these problems, I think, are going to continue. This is what Mr. Kesh was saying. The auroras are still happening. Energies are still being added, and they have to go somewhere. So we're getting elevated, but at the same time, the weather may have some strange occurrences.
Oh yeah, it's going to continue, I think. And even the solar activity, the solar flares and stuff, that can affect things too. But I think it's affecting us in a really positive way. It's allowing us to rise up and change.
Yeah, to be more humble, perhaps. And of course, when you're humble, you can receive, and this is part of it, rather than to be too haughty or to know everything. I think that humbleness allows you to absorb fields and it allows you to absorb knowledge.
Yeah, and actually, this disaster was pretty humbling for me.
Yes.
just, just it was just amazing. Even when I go out now to see that if I was on the road, I would be underwater where that how high that river was. It's just amazing how high that river got. And it actually the headwaters, it changed from one side of the valley to the other side of the valley. It actually moved 600 feet to another place.
The
So just
river diverted?
yeah, it moved. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know we haven't seen enough and it's not being talked about enough. That's for sure. And obviously, again, I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know. Mm.
that's the commercial attention span that it's given, and that's it. And it continues to be an issue for a lot of people, but not as many people. So they are making progress as they can, but it's slow. Hundreds
Any,
and hundreds.
go ahead.
Just miles of poles, utility poles have to be put in, miles. So yeah, in water
Right.
system.
Right. And
Yeah.
with the new energy system, you don't need the copper wires anymore. It can all be transmitted the way Tesla did, as I understand it, but it's even better than what Tesla was doing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, whatever. They made a toxic waste dump out of our community park, and I was pretty upset about that because they're allowed to do environmental procedures during disasters when FEMA comes in. They get to do anything they want, and it doesn't matter if they're protecting the environment or not.
But a lot of your fellow citizens have been very instrumental. This is what I've been hearing, that they've brought many, many generators, much food, much water, other
Yeah,
things that were needed.
they
So,
have. And to turn around and give it to the Amazon warehouse really confused me. Like, what are you doing that for? These you didn't buy these things. People donated them. So it's a little disturbing that the
right.
National Guard decided that they could do that.
I'm sure they're under orders as well to follow
Yeah,
whatever they have to follow. Somebody's in
yeah,
charge. Yeah.
yeah. Somebody's in charge. So
It's worked out better than the first couple of weeks, I guess, where they didn't want people to help each other in a way, which I thought was very surprising to me. They're saying they were interfering or something, but they wanted to help. They felt that strong need to stop what they were doing and to go help their neighbors. I
yeah, and I've
mean,
really been enjoying those people that come in. They're so giving and so concerned, and they're from areas that are just like this, and they say, well, we know what it's like. We're coming, and we want to help. That's sweet.
so what is the biggest need at this point, if you could share with us?
Well, just having the power back and having communication. I think communication and the Wi-Fi systems back would just is just really helping people more than anything.
How's the emotions, the emotional balance of the people?
Oh, I don't really know. I mean, some people are crazy, like they're waiting in line, and the guy gets out to check his and see what he can find where he's standing, and he was on some woman's property, and she told him that's her property. Her house was gone, but she was trying to gather some things. And his girlfriend got out and hit her 3 times in the face. and and that's just crazy. I couldn't figure that one out. I could not land that anywhere in my psyche or why somebody would do that. The person had lost everything and was losing her land, and the road was on her property, and he was having to wait a long time, and then she just gets beat up for it. And that's just crazy.
Yeah. Okay. We wish for emotional balancing.
Yeah. And then there's PTSD from the workers who did get out and had to pull what they had to out of the river. They have PTSD issues with that.
You mean recovering
Yeah, recovering was
bodies
traumatic.
or pieces of bodies?
Yeah, yeah, like that.
They must be scattered quite a bit. They'll be finding this for years and years. Anyone else want to ask Carolyn anything? And again, it's not easy if it's your first time or you've been through this before. I know in Florida, many people have been through this on a regular basis. I just don't understand why they would stay there, or they need to build some sort of construction that's not. But in your region, there was no reason for all of this. It's very unprecedented to have so much rain and so much flooding in that higher elevation. So again, we don't know all the details at this point. Anyone else want to ask Carolyn anything? Or is there anything else you'd like to share, Carolyn?
Well, I've been picking raspberries every day and I'm enjoying them. Red raspberries are on my palate
Did
plate
you
every
did
day.
you have hospitals in that area?
Did we have what in that area?
Hospitals?
Oh,
Are
yeah.
the hospitals able to operate?
Oh no, it took a long time for the hospitals to get it together. They had to cancel all their appointments and then set up emergency places. And yeah, it was quite a struggle because there was no water. And Burnt, my town didn't have any water, and the Asheville didn't have water. There were a lot of places without any because the infrastructure was gone. The water, the water
Yes.
culvert
Yeah.
pipes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for stopping in. Do they give you a limited amount of time, or can you stay on that system as long as you have battery power and the rest?
Yeah, the limit is the propane. I'll turn it off to save money, but this is
Yeah.
the first time I've been able to get a Zoom on it. So I tried it today and got it, the
Thank
Zoom.
you.
So
Thank
last
you.
week I did it, so that's an improvement.
We elevate all the souls, whatever we can do on the energy level. Again, we always think of the matter state, but with this new energy system that Mr. Keshe is talking about, it looks like they can connect everything from the water to the feeding, to the medication, to the emotional balancing, just through the fields. And this is what he's saying. We elevate the soul, and the soul will, in a way, share with the physicality what's needed. So this is the new
Yeah,
ultimate energy system, he's saying.
but
Well, thank you for thinking of us, and we're thinking of you as well, and everyone else that's in that region. Of course, as I said, it should be more front and center on the national newses and things, and we don't seem to get many updates. As I said, somebody said the troops came into their rest stop, and they said everything's fine there. There's no problem. They cleaned some trees out of the road, and I don't know if they were leaving their deployment or they were just catching some resources and going back to work, but it's still going to take some time and effort and funds to restore.
Yeah, they did a lot of recovery and looking in the rivers for bodies and stuff. And after that, they did not doing much except building the roads. And as the roads are coming in, the utility poles are coming back.
So you've had pretty sunny weather, or has there been more bouts of rain and other things like that just to make it? How are your temperatures?
Yeah, we didn't have any rain it's been a month and 2 days, and we've not had any rain, and that's a blessing because that's unusual, but it's wonderful because everything needs to dry. And it is cold as it can be today. I have a fire in the wood stove. So I live primitive anyway, so it's not a lifestyle difference for me.
Right. But yeah, just to have those things handy is, yeah, I can see what, in a way, what you're saying there about primitive. Even though you were somewhat off grid, everything was pretty stable, right?
Oh yeah, I was still able to have water because I had gravity feed water system. I didn't have to rely on a well pump. So that made a
But,
difference. And I had
mhm.
shower and everything. So I was in good shape for that.
And this is what he's saying. We can disconnect from using the resources of this planet. So I would imagine that's the water, and that's the food, that's the energy, and so on. And we're going to be demonstrating more and more, first to some of the world scientists, and then hopefully the governments are ready to move on this. I hope Iran takes it up. This is his first wish, is for Iran to disclose to the nations on this planet some of the advanced technology.
That would be so wonderful. I would love to see Iran be the ones to do that too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this has been what Mr. Kesh says, and if they don't, then it'll go somewhere else, and I'm sure they'll come back around. They don't have everything, but they do have quite an extensive knowledge. As I think Hassan put that video in from the UFO MUFON channel or something about the capturing of the drone, and there was some disinformation in there, but they did mention Mr. Keshe. They don't seem to be able to say Kesh; they say Keshe. But
Yeah.
anyway, they were saying, oh, they captured it with a tractor beam, and that's an impossibility, but they still don't know how. But yes, Iran is holding quite a bit of advanced. I remember him saying that they're 50 years ahead of the rest of the world just on nano coding. So this can be a huge game changer for all of the nations on this planet if they will disclose. And this is the first step I think we're getting to. If they don't, then someone else will disclose. And eventually we're going to all see it. So we're in
Well,
this
that's
period.
good.
Yes.
I'm going to
Say again.
mute out. Thank you for
Thank you
this
so
talk.
much for stopping in. We elevate everyone's soul in that region. Okay, let's, if we can, any other questions or anything anyone would like to say regarding that? Yes, we all should be in a way prepared, but sometimes it's hard to prepare for what you don't know is coming. But we still can be this last man standing, not having cans of food so much, but again, learning how to feed ourselves from the energies of the universe, as well as water and wellness and the rest. So all of these, I think, we'll be able to tap into in the near future if you run into such a problem, or if you want to use it in your daily life. As he said, it's all how you want to sweeten this knowledge in a way, or use what energies befits you. So let's go, if we can, to the announcements. And let me just see if I still have that. Okay, here we go. And we're just going to share this screen here. And we'll hear, it's about 19 minutes. So these are the announcements from the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And let's just hear Mr. Keshe explain. Again, let's keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity as much as possible by even taking up a little offers in the store if you can. This is all helping to fund the structure, the system, and apparently it takes quite a bit of funds to keep everything moving and to remain independent. So let's hear a little bit more here about what was announced in this 561st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Feel free to stop it if you have questions or would like to make a comment.
Hey, back again at the 561st Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, October 24th, 2024. As this is the second half, as I mentioned, we do have room for questions, but we also have, usually Mr. Keshe has something else he would like to say to begin this part, so I hand the floor to you, as they say, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. As following up the last week test, those of you who were a part of the first group, 2 or 3 groups, we could not disclose to you as we saw the data and the result in the other groups, especially after the Chinese group, because we tested something very interesting with the Chinese. We asked you participants to join us tomorrow for a special session. We delayed this to next Friday because those of you who, when we couldn't tell you in the first 2 or 3 sessions, that we would like to do another additional session next Friday at 2 o'clock. This is part of the last week session, and this will bring us more what we call knowledge and structure of what needs to be done on the other hand and the rest. So those of you who were participating in the last Friday session, you're all invited to next week at 2 o'clock Central European time in one group, all of you. So don't make too much noise. We're not going to spend the whole day. We put totally all of you for another session for you to have another chance, and we create a condition in the background for that condition. The other announcement is that on the back of what we just explained this morning, and on the back of what has been developed in the past few months, we have set up 3 sessions for November, December, and January. That is exclusively to feed the soul of the man, and specifically to create conditions for his physical and what we call soul wellness. We have already put this on the website. This section is entirely how to teach you how to connect knowledge seekers to start feeding themselves without killing, without depending on resources of the planetary system. It's not going to be easy. It's like when we did the test with addiction with you. This time we concentrate. Some of you knowledge seekers who signed for these sessions might receive 2 cylindrical tubes with material in it. We don't tell you who and how, but before the sessions, you will receive a tube with like a 10 centimeter long, 1 to 2 centimeter diameter, that we want you during the sessions of the next 3 months to hold these. We tell you which hand you hold it in and how you hold it. And if you have communication cosmic bundles, how to do it. It's a limited number of these. It's not that everybody's going to get it. And we will tell you how to use this. Is the way I explained to you. If you remember, if you hold your hand, you create a light in between years ago. That light is not just a light. It creates a dimension to bring fields of the universe into your field energy that you can use it. It's the way you feed yourself with. A lot of people
And again, these tubes are going to be sent out. Apparently, he said not everyone would receive these tubes, but certain people would, and then they'll tell you how to use them. And this is all part of the process of feeding yourself. And again, they're using these tubes and other things just to incorporate it into a remote system. So they're doing further testing on this feeding and feeding ourselves. And apparently, this new universal ultimate energy system is part of this operation that will all be able to do it. Or, as he said, if you participated in the feeding program, let's say in the future, and you were still hungry, you'd come back in for another hour or another 2 hours until you were satisfied. And it does work. I've experienced a part of this, or a taste of it, let's say.
People made a
So haven't others.
mistake in thinking that they will create a light, but the light was exactly the purpose. That light become the transmutation of the soul. It feeds your physicality through the hand where man heals himself and to his soul. This is important for us as the next step of completing transmutation, and now how you feed yourself, understanding what was explained in past 2 or 3 weeks, how the universal energies connects to the physicality of the man, to feed the soul and the physicality. Now we go more on the dimension of feeding your soul, that it feeds your physicality. If you remember when you came, some of you to this, and you sat on the chairs, we gave you two handles to grip. If you remember, were hanging on either side of you. It's a continuation of that, but wireless. But this wireless this time is not connected to another system. It connects you through our system, which we set up to universal energies. We would like to see this, and we would like to understand this, and to see what we can do, and to see how we go about this way. It's important to understand the whole structure, and it's important to understand the whole meaning of the structure. I have to answer this call. Sorry, I'm going to come back. If you can put a small commercial for a second, please. Okay, I got the answer. It's okay.
Okay.
As we said before, the Iranian governments are listening. They just send us a message that we will have an answer from the Iranian leadership tonight. I hope is what we are waiting for. And in a way, we have set the scene, a pattern for the world peace through Keshe Foundation way, not the normal way. And
Has anyone heard any feedback? I know it was on Thursday where Mr. Keshe said that they had until midnight on that day to confirm or say what their intention was as far as the movement. Of course, Mr. Keshe is very flexible. If they needed a couple more days, and what would 1 or 2 more days matter? But he did say the next day they would then approach the British. So hopefully we see one of the nations, and hopefully it will be Iran, because as he said, they're much more advanced and have been using and playing with this technology for quite some time, even though they don't have all of it, or probably even a big percentage of it or anything. But he's asking them to open up and disclose to the rest of the world. And then we'll find out why all of this has been suppressed, and it'll open up a whole big in a way, can of something, and we can explore what's happened and taken so long for this technology, because I think it's been systematically blocked. It almost makes me think this is why Iran has been, even though they've been demonized quite a bit, but in the later parts, why it's so important to wipe that country off, because they'll destroy the technology as well in a way that they have And isn't this what happened with the flying carpet? I know Mr. Keshe answered a question on that, but one of the kings banned the technology or something, as I understand it. We had flying carpets and sorts, but it was banned. It was destroyed, and no one ever picked it up again. Alex, yes?
I just wanted to say I don't know much, except to say that I believe adults have entered the building, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay, very good. I think I know what you're referring to.
Nobody in the leadership is listening online, and they heard our first session, and we got that answer. Directly to you, Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran. The path of peace is through the Keshe Foundation. As you know, technologies which is in the hand of Iranian nation. It's your discretion to bring man to the war of physicality or find peace through new technology. We respect your decision as a leader of Iran, and we respect the Iranian nation.
And we've heard how many times Mr. Keshe has mentioned this Ayatollah and wanting him to move on it. And now apparently it's, in a way, they're sort of forcing the hand, as he said. I know he says we don't force anyone to do anything, but at this point in time, apparently, because probably for a timing reason and coordinating with the rest of the events in the universe, this needs to be pushed through pretty quickly at this point in time. This is what I'm thinking. Otherwise, he would have just said, oh, if you don't want it, that's no problem. But I think there's a timing or a coordination and other things are intersecting that this needs to go through in the very short, distant future, to me.
Going back to the teaching, the new system, the new understanding, the new structure, we bring in for possibly the way the sun gives us energy on a daily basis in a coming time by placing drones, satellites into orbit. We can feed the mankind through the same structure, in a way create an intermediary that everyone, irrespective of wherever they are fed, that they don't need to kill. And they do not need to destroy.
And this is what I've been saying. They probably have never nano-coded anything or realized they've nano-coded anything or even know the name of the Keshe Foundation, but they're going to be fed regardless if they want to. I guess they could probably block it if they don't, but I think everybody may even be fed without them even knowing it. And this will be the beginning of this new process that's happening. Apparently, these systems are so powerful they connect to your amino acids and can do what we would consider miraculous things, even though now we understand it's not a miracle, it's actually science. It's just understanding this universal understanding.
And the process will become much simpler. In the test coming up in the next 3 months, we want to understand in delivery of the technology and system that eradicates cancer. We want to understand through the universal energy to eradicate all illnesses, be it Alzheimer's, be it whatever. We would like to understand how to feed your soul to eradicate anger and war. This is what you're coming in for next 3 months. And we will put a limitation on this because this is going to be very extensive and it's part of the rapid development in technology.
So anger and war. Are many of us angry? Are many of us participating in war? I was thinking, yes, we have a war on the vertical people and the horizontal people, meaning the
And
animals
Mark,
and the plants. Yes.
yes, do you think he was saying hunger? I couldn't tell for sure.
Eradicate hunger. Yes.
Hunger and war, yeah, maybe.
Anger, I thought he said
Well, I
in
mean,
war.
angry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's just see if we can, I'm not sure where we are. I'm just looking in the transcript. Let me just see if we see anger or do we see hunger? We're just going to check that quickly. Anger for anger. Yeah, it is anger. If I could just share that, Adobe. Okay, there it is. Unless the transcript is wrong, we would like to understand how to feed your soul to eradicate anger and war. Now, sometimes the AI does get it mixed up because words do. Anger, hunger could be very similar, but again, this is the balancing of the emotions. But it could be hunger as well and war, because war does create a lot of hunger, but we're hungry every day. We need energies on a regular basis. So, but this eradicate anger and war. That's what it looks like to me in the transcript. Let's go back to our sharing if we can. Okay, on the announcements. This is a little bit more difficult. We'll continue. Anyone else? Thank you, Gail.
I foresee in the last session or the last month or the last 2 months, the test will be done with a bunch of governmental scientists watching and monitoring the process, every aspect of it. So we bring it out of the hand of the Keshe Foundation for us to monitor, is for the world scientists to monitor, to see what strength will become the banana, what the strength becomes the anger, what the strength become the transmutation. And then we bring this in a, what we call universal dimension and direction. It has to be understood that we were supported all the time by you knowledge seekers throughout the years. And we will go through the same process in transferring knowledge and technology through these teachings that everyone gets at the same time.
That was an extra long pause, but he said we'll transfer through the teaching that everyone gets at the same time. This is what he said, we're going to upgrade in one go. I couldn't understand how that could possibly be done. And I still don't exactly. I know he talked about the gas before, this plasmatic gas being able to go into the jungles, into the forests, and because you couldn't possibly touch every ant or every thing that's there, so this gas would permeate it. But now I think it's on the field level that that'll be touched in that way. I'm not sure. Anyone else want to make a comment on that? Seems like the satellites, I know we had asked years ago about these satellites. Other people have asked as well. But Mr. Keshe said Huawei was about 1.5 years ahead. They've already been working on this. This is probably 5 years ago. So these are all things going on in the background that are being worked on and perfected in a way. Not that they'll be able to understand. It's again like you build the copier, but unless you have an ink cartridge, you can't print anything. So I think the ink cartridge will stay in the understanding of the technology within the Keshe Foundation. But you can build the system. We'll add the or ship you the cartridge to put in to be able to do this. Perhaps that's more for energy or other systems. But he does seem to want to make it available to everyone simultaneously. And the knowledge of being, maybe there's a veil or a block that's going to be lifted, that we understand more about what Mr. Keshe is saying in these teachings, all of a sudden in a way, an enlightenment. And this is what we'll play next, I think, was this, that Mitra is here, and it's not really a physical entity, he was saying, in this particular location, but it's in a way for us to seek knowledge. We're going to become more determined to understand more of what we didn't even know we didn't know. So this is what I think, this is what's happening with the knowledge. More people are going to be seeking knowledge. This is what this child of Mitra is here. It's not a physical thing. It's more of an enlightenment. So we're all getting prepared or being prepared to follow more knowledge than matter state or universal knowledge than finding out about the trees, the plants, the water, and so on. We're going to be all trying to understand more about universal understanding rather than the simple things man has tried to understand, to me.
It'll be interesting in how the what we call the structure will change in many of you. How will this bring a change to all of us? And how we use this new knowledge, new technology, to find a way to become part of the bigger structure. In a way, you become guinea pig for humanity. And I hope, my deepest wish is, we'll get the Iranian official scientists and the British and the Americans and the Chinese all on the same table to see and to understand the next step of the move and the condition. And this is the game changer. New energy resources of the universal level that man does not need to destroy for and to kill for, and gives every opportunity to every man to live a perfect life. When you say thou shalt not kill, you have to provide a facility for it that it doesn't think about killing. When you say thou shalt not steal, you have to create a condition of the wealth that no man needs to steal to survive.
So we see what's happening here. You can't just give a commandment and say, thou shalt not kill, without giving an alternative way to approach it, or thou shalt not steal, without creating the wealth that man doesn't need to steal. So this is what's happening in the background. This is one of the reasons the commandments couldn't be fulfilled in a way, that we were always in not being able to complete the commandments, because we needed to create the conditions for that to happen. And those were only given as commandments, but not the solution or the alternative to killing or the alternative to stealing. But now apparently wealth is going to create it. As he said, the nations in the East will live a luxurious life the way the nations in the West do. And I always felt that was important, that I shouldn't be living any better than anyone else on this planet. We should all have what we need. But the structure is set up for a few to have more and the rest to have less. So this is also being broken down with this new system.
And this is the purpose of this technology to be released now. We see if Iran takes the condition of otherwise than what we have recommended, the path of war, especially with Israel in the coming time. And it's crucial for us at this point to be able to change the course. This is not done to defy. This is done to unify. And we do our best, as we have always said, to bring that change in a very collective way. We have battled with governments for years, and we have battled with the scientists of the governments and the governments for years. In the coming months, if the governments go through what they're going through, you'll find out the Tesla cars are obsolete. The burning of the fuels are obsolete. The luxurious life of the West will become the luxurious life for the rest. That every man enjoys the freedom of the energy, life, and transmutation. The cost of such a process is so low that no nation can be taken to ransom. Does not matter if you're a child in New York, in the United States, in Africa, or in China, or in Middle East. No one will go to sleep hungry as we feed the soul of the man, the child, and he feeds his physicality. It's not a dream anymore, as we have the system to deliver the technology for. In a coming time, we will see the change in the dimension of what we call the life of what man has chosen to be, and at the same time,
I think there was an
then
interruption.
you understand the changes. And what it needs to be done, and what needs to be changed by us, the governments, and the rest of it. As I said, world leaders, governments have their ears to the teaching, and you've seen the response. Within minutes from the first session explaining directly where we go, we get the response from the world leaders. This is how the Keshe Foundation has been, and hopefully it will stay to be. Those of you who join us in the November, December session, we will close this session very soon because we know what we are looking for and how many people we are looking for. And we try to bring this in, that we start teaching you through our system and your system, what you receive, to start teaching yourself how to tap into universal energies directly within you. That you do not need another ransom, but in a way you need to be able to know how to access the energy fields. As I said, especially the last group, the American group last week, we put you through some beautiful tests and we saw some beautiful results. And it was interesting to see on the graphs how you reacted. We looked at the Chinese response. The Chinese group come in a specific time, and it was interesting to see how they reacted with our system.
And it's interesting, it was just reported to some of us, one of the Americans, not myself, but they said they were able to differentiate in that test between the hydrogen and the carbon through their emotions, through exactly, they were saying they couldn't explain how they could tell the difference, but they could tell the difference. And again, this is tapping into these energy fields.
And how we saw. The first group, the first time we seen the transmutation, somebody in the first group managed to transmute in the whole system as we saw in our system. And I explained that to the second group, that in the first group we have reached transmutation. This process is ongoing, is gaining knowledge, is not the end every time we reach a point. Is adding to understanding more. And in a way, man has spent millions of years, thousands of years to understand more about his environment, more about what it needs from its environment, what it needs to cultivate, how to use it and the rest, and build machinery for it. Now the same process has started, but understanding the work of the universe, universal systems, and man to make systems to make advantage of the universal conditions and not the earthly condition. As with this technology, we have completed the promise of the past. Thou shalt not kill. And there will be enough for every man to feed the time of the what we call honey and milk. And honey is what we call the energies of the universe, and the milk is the energy of the Creator. And now you get access to both. And it's for you to make your own into the sweetness of it to your own taste. And hopefully our leaders, now that they're directly involved in this structure, make their own decisions how their nations will do, and would the Iranian leadership use this opportunity to offer that milk and honey to the rest of the world and walk away from the war in Gaza and the Middle East in the next few days. We'll see. And we shall see how this will bring the change, or man will carry on with his behavior and will bring the change on the side of it. Are there any questions?
Okay, so someone has, again, the way he put it, transmuted the system. I'm not exactly sure what's meant by that, but maybe that's why he's pushing the next session, because maybe there'll be a full transmutation, or maybe it's already happened, and this is just to give that person or persons more confidence, or again. So as he said in the past, that a few people that start to learn this will begin to teach the others how to do it. And apparently that person or someone has achieved a transmutation of sorts. We heard from Nick how he had that issue, and that was a type of transmutation as well. As I said, we're all participating in transmutation on a regular basis. When we go to sleep, we call it the dream. It's the work of the soul, or work of the soul of physicality. So we're transmuting energies there, feeding. You want to get rid of your headache, you wish it goes away, you create the conditions for that wish to come true. That's a transmutation as well. So we're already participating in a very soft way in a lot of these processes, but now it's going to be delivered in a way very strong and very understandable for everybody to be able to do this transmutation or extend it. Anyone else want to make a comment about this? I thought we'd go to this, what he said here, she's amongst you already. Someone was asking how that child of Mitra is going to arrive here. I think it was Trevor. And as Mr. Keshe has told us many, many times, the daughter of Mitra is already here. But as he said, it's not a physical entity. Other times he said it was, in a way. But this is the desire to gain more understanding. I think this is the quest for knowledge. And this is what he said. We've, in a way, infected you with a knowledge-seeking virus. So let's just hear that little part. And this will be great, where everyone starts to, they don't want to know about fixing their carburetor or how to change a flat tire, but they want to know how some of the processes in the universe work through this transmutation and other things. So there may be a veil or a block, in a way, that everyone starts to realize more and more of their capabilities and capacities. So let's hear this one. She's amongst you already. It's fairly short, only about 3 minutes. So let's just see if we can put this on the screen, and then we'll share it. Okay, let me go to the share button and then put this one up. It's only 3 minutes long.
Okay, thank you for that. In a way, you were talking earlier about the mother of mothers, etc., and that leads into Trevor's question. He had a question that he was investigating about that
Whose
you mentioned.
mother?
Well, you mentioned that the next prophet is to be a woman, and he was kind of focusing on that, and he's wondering, does that relate to the to Mithra? And how will the daughter of Mithra get here, and when is the time for her to come?
She's amongst you already. Is not to come. And she's recognized by many people who come across it. And it's the next cycle of knowledge. The birth of the daughter of Mithra is not a physical event of things will change. It is a continuation of the cycle of the knowledge which brings man to understand the more working of the universe.
So is that what Mitra really is, or the daughter of Mitra? Is this quest for knowledge, in a way, an insatiable quest? Anyone want to make a comment on that? That we're all going to be enamored with finding out more about ourselves and about the universe, rather than, as I said, the plants and the water and the animals or something like that, which is more man's knowledge. Now we're going to be trying to understand more of this workings of the universe. And that's what the daughter of Mitra perhaps is, this knowledge seeking that will somehow, a field will come across this planet and cause all of us to want to go deeper into an understanding of universal knowledge. Perhaps this is what I'm thinking, but he said the child is already here. It's among you. So that means we're all going to start to, in a way, wake up to a bigger dimension, to a bigger knowledge, to a bigger understanding. And this is just the way I'm thinking about it at this point. Anyone else?
More or less has nothing to do with the dimension of physicality of the mind. And she's amongst you. And she has already influenced many things since her birth. It's not what it's going to be, how it's going to be. It's already there. And in time, you will understand and you will see the knowledge. It's a birth of new knowledge, birth of new understanding, not only for mankind, but for the universal community. Any other question?
And of course, one of the ways some of this knowledge is going to be delivered is through an application. If you go to the store and you look about the universal plasma coverage, and there are people working on that. I don't know if anyone would like to share. I see someone here who's been, in a way, dabbling with an app. I don't know how easy that is to do. Is there anything you'd like to share about making it easier for people to connect in a way through these apps? And this is what Mr. Keshe had said, that it's all going to turn into in a way, remote. If not, that's fine. And maybe we should, Alex, how are we doing in the background? Everything is?
We're running late as usual.
Okay. All right. I thought perhaps we'd go to the beginning of the workshop again.
Thanks.
And let's see if we can just scroll this one back a bit. And we'll start somewhere around here, I think, even though it's not exactly lined up. And then I'll bring the transcript on and we can sort of follow along. I'm going to have to, and we want to thank the preparers of the transcript. These are beautiful projects. They're not perfect, but they're very close to it. This is the best delivery that we've ever had of the transcript. And as Mr. Keshe said, these transcripts will be living for a long time as people contemplate. When he made those 3 drawings a couple workshops ago, he said they'd be contemplating this for centuries. And these transcripts too, there's much more hidden in here, I think, than we fully realize. But I thought we'd go back to the beginning and just to hear what Mr. Keshe is saying, how we've been sort of conditioned in a way to go with the matter state and to work in that dimension of burning and killing and stealing from the others. But and the scientists have, in a way, and the academicians have led us down this path, not wanting anything new, because as We saw with Hawking, he lost a bit of shirt, and with the PhDs and other academicians, they feel, and Mr. Keshe will explain this here, but let's take about 10 minutes or so here, and then another clip where he really goes through a lot more of what's coming and what is being delivered. Again, I didn't have really any responsibility in this. I've never built any really working systems, but I've been supporting in a way through the Soul and others to support the Keshe Foundation. Sometimes, you know, taking an offer in the store and the rest, but it seems like it's well in hand and it's being delivered without too much input from the knowledge seekers, although we will have a role in explaining and demonstrating and showing. So many people are going to go through exactly what we went through, but I think they'll be able to experience it. And I always use that example when I heard in the Keshe Foundation, you could feed yourself without eating. And I said, there's no way. How could you possibly feed it? But now we know how simple it is and that we're already doing it. It's just we're 20% short. So we have a small gap to fill, but I could never understand in the beginning how you could possibly feed yourself. And that is a conundrum you can pose to another. But this is what he's saying is alien technology. We're able to use this. He said that the ones in the UFO are eating something. They may not be catching a cow somewhere in the universe and cooking it in a microwave, but they're eating something. So this is our ability to live that perfect life and move away from killing, move away from destruction, and move away from stealing. So let's see if we can hear a little bit more about how he's explaining how we sort of got into this condition and how we have totally been relying on the resources of this planet for everything. If it's not here, we can't do anything. But now we know a bigger understanding of this whole matter.
And we'll just pass it over and see. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Special Message. As usual, we welcome you back. As usual, we try to extend the thread of knowledge of man, not just about what is about our body and our physicality, but our connection to other dimensions and what we call the structures. One of the biggest problems for present science and technology is that we have got used to the energy resources of this planet. And in a recent past, in the history of man, we have extended our knowledge into using a little bit from what is not connected physically to this planet, but a little bit maybe what comes from outside. What we talk about, we, for thousands of years as a human race, relied on the wood and something else, and then coal, and then something else, and then became man of oil and gas, and became the dominating force for the man in how he will progress and how he'll develop technologically or socially and the rest of it. And a little bit in the very recent past, we realized, oh, we can use what is not attached to Earth, and we make a system. We call it a windmill, or what I call bird catcher. And so we became windmill guys. We're putting a lot of them up everywhere. Some work, some they don't. And we get something out of what is not attached physically to Earth, but it floats around. Then, again, for the recent past, we start learning about solar cells. We call them the energy supplies, and a lot of us putting these mirrors everywhere. And we are very happy with what we get. We call it the free energy and the rest of it. But what happens when we go outside the Earth atmosphere? There is no oil. There's no wood. Unfortunately, solar winds are not the way here to blow you up and then blow fans for you and get your bird catchers to do the job. And definitely in the depth of the universe, solar panels do not work, especially when you are between two solar systems and in the universe and the galaxy. So man has to come up with a new understanding of using universal energies, using systems which utilizes, which brings in energies of the universe. Some places we might have what we call the cosmic fields floating in a rush somewhere, but not much use to you if you don't have a system. And in some of the places, we have to come up with systems, God knows how, in the dark place of universe, to come up with some answers to be able to support life. Or we take a new, what we call, not very new, recent past, and we put nuclear reactors in our, what we call, satellites and everything else, and like submarines, that we have an extension of maybe 30, 40 years, 50 years in the space, tingling, dangling a few currents for our system and hoping that the system stays operational.
So again, he's making it unlimited for you to travel the universe. It's not going to just be 30 or 40 years. Of course, in the universe, there is no time unless you're in the matter state, I think. But you'll be able to go on very extended tours of the universe, or expansion, maybe in the thousands of years, and then come back. But you won't have to worry, gee, I'm on empty. Is there a gas station close by? Otherwise, I'm going to be broken down and not be able to do it. So this is our current understanding. We have these nuclear things, but they don't really last that long. I think we just saw one of the Boeing satellites have a problem. A 15,000-pound satellite broke into about 30 pieces. And that's just up in the upper atmosphere, let's say, where the satellites roam. So we can't go out in space with the sort of, haphazard sort of energy system, feeding system, and the rest. And with the Keshe technology, you can't take all the doctors you need, but you can take the fields to create wellness. Can't take all the foods you need, but you can use the fields to feed yourself and so on. So there'll be matter state transportation, and there'll also be energy state transmutation, I think. But this is what's happening. Our using the matter state in the resources of this planet will not get us very far into the universe. Maybe next door to the moon, maybe next door to Mars. But as far as crossing universes, as he said, solar panels in between universes, you're going to have to do some other sort of things. And this is where the technology is being gifted to man to be able to do some of these things. We continue, unless someone has a comment.
So for man to become man of universe, for man to become passengers of the universe in both physical dimension and the soul of the man, man has to look into new resources, in new ways which he never managed to do so, in a way that as long as we stay attached and connected to resources of this planet, man cannot take long-term extensions into the what we call universe, even though we here are cosmologist tells us it takes 10,000 light years to get to another place. So with the present knowledge of the field of the man, the universe and the space, it's a distant dream.
Okay, I think we'll stop it there. But based on our present technology, traveling the universe is just a dream, a distant dream. We haven't even gotten close to it yet. As we see, I think we still have some astronauts stranded just up, 44,000 miles or whatever it is up where the satellites sort of travel. So we're going to have to come up with some new methods, and it's being, in a way, gifted. Yes, we're going to develop it, but it's also being gifted, and I think we'll have a big head start on this whole thing. And again, it's not only for the man, it's for the other certain passengers of the universe, let's say. As he said, maybe they still want to be in the craft, but if they knew how to travel the way the creator travels, they don't need a craft to go anywhere in the universe and to spend extended periods. I don't mean a day or two or three. I'm talking perhaps of millennium in different cultures, in different areas, where then you can bring that knowledge perhaps back to this planet, or even some of its inhabitants. We'll have to see. But this is what's coming up. So I thought we'd go to around 30, maybe 29 minutes and just listen to another, another 12 minutes or so of these clips, because it's very beautiful what's being delivered. And again, I don't know of any of the knowledge seekers who are making any of these systems, so it's really being gifted to man. As most of the knowledge we have, we thought we were quite clever. But let's see if we can just go back somewhere here, maybe maybe around 28 minutes. How about that? Let's see if we can just move this up about 8 minutes. So we left about 8 minutes off of there. But again, you can review these workshops as much as you like. I think the knowledge does get transferred. Some of it does get transferred to you. And it, in a way, opens up just by listening. You're interacting with the creator of this workshop, which is Mr. Keshe. And somehow, through the fields, through his soul, he's not only touching us, but he's touching people in the universal community as well, if they hear the voice of him, or hear the soul of him, let's say, which is probably a more appropriate way of putting it. Okay, so we're just going to go at this part right here and go into about 40 minutes. So another 12. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? I don't want to do all the particular talking, because as we know, I understand maybe 1/1000th of 1/100000th of 1% of this knowledge. So I'm really not totally qualified to explain all this. So we're just sharing what we can share here and what we think we understand. And this is what Mr. Keshe is just asking, that you share what you think you understand about this knowledge at this point.
How to create energy. And in more depth, as we look, everything which we create energy out of is connected into the universal energy, which we never considered. In the body of the man, we burn sugar, carbon and hydrogen, which means we receive our lives from the essence of the source of the universe. We were created out of the interaction of the first sugar, fundamental structure of sugar, which is CH3. You see again, hydrogen and carbon. You burn gases, you burn oil, you burn wood, you use the wind, you use the solar system, which is the field energy of the hydrogen. All comes from universal energies. Matter state condition of gas cannot, in a way, bring in energy resources unless it breaks down to the fundamental interaction of the fields as is in the universe.
So now perhaps we see why some of our GAN systems were not, the matter state condition of the GANs cannot in a way bring in energy resources unless you break it down to that fundamental interaction of the fields as it is in the universe. So this is why we've used the GANs, we've used the magrev coils, but we haven't been able to put it together or create the right magrev. And of course, now we're knowing you are that magrev, you are that converter. And I've been saying, I think we have a better chance of using our own systems to feed ourselves, which we're already doing, or traveling, or bringing wellness, than to try and build something where we don't really have the full knowledge to make it happen. But our system has already been set up by the creator. So it's already a perfect construction of a magrev in so many ways. This is my understanding.
So in a new understanding of the science and technology, now that you understood about the splitting energies in the structure of the amino acid of man, which is half universal, half planetary, then you understand in the universe you still have that hydrogen and you still have that carbon and you still have the structure of the universal shape, what we call our universe, through carbon 60. We create the condition of containment by the dimension of field, the strength of the energies of the universe. Is not somebody has put a cap on it. The cap is on it because of his own strength. This is how the dimensions of the fields of the earth is dictated. This is how the dimensions of the fields of the solar system is dictated, and the rest. But there is one thing fundamental that man has not even understood in detail. What is one of the joys of the man on this planet when you walk in a sunny rainy day? When the interaction of the fields of the universe with the planet Earth's magnetic fields creates what we call a rainbow. The explanation of the rainbow by the dimension of the physicality of the man scientist is so ridiculous that they do not even understand what rainbow means. You take the structure in a gravitational magnetic field of the earth into another planetary condition, into another dimension of the universe, your rainbow, it won't be the colors you see. The rainbow of our planet is the color of the interaction of the fields of the universal energy, rays of the sun, and energies of the sun, like that solar cell with the fields, magnetic fields of the earth. Why does it always have the same shape? Because of the horizon dimension. And now you understand. If you haven't understood that, go back and look at the ring of the Saturn. There is no difference between the ring of the Saturns and the rainbow on the planet Earth. Read a book about the creation of the ring of the Saturn, which I...
Has anyone found that book? I kind of did a very soft search for it, but was there a paper that anyone knows about, or a book where he, or is this something in the future he'll be writing? Anyone have anything like that or has come across it? Yes?
The book has been written, but it hasn't been published.
Aha. Okay. So there's the mystery solved. Thank you. And there are a number of books, but I think there's enough knowledge on the table for us to contemplate. Maybe in the future we'll add more on when that time comes. The book. So you're saying the book has been written, but it hasn't been published. Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification, Alex.
Well, I think we've gone all the way up to book number 8 or 9, but we've only published the first 3.
Okay. Yes, I remember there was a teaching where he went into through all the books that are either going to be written or added to. And I think there was 9 or 10 and probably more. But I mean, as you say, there's how many thousand hours in the archives that we haven't fully understood, and the rest of this, maybe this is the time where we're going to receive some universal knowledge and enlightenment in a way. This is part of this child of Mitra being here, this knowledge seeking. And if you look for it, will find it. But I think it's been blocked in a way, a little bit anyway, that until the right time, then we'll take off the blocking glasses that we can see more. Yes, Alex?
I believe there are 250,000 copies of book number 1 still in Brussels.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
I think there will be another book because, you know, I don't think it would be accurate to say that there has been no development since 2011. We are releasing technology that we should have released in 2011, and we gave the governments 12 years to take advantage of that opportunity. There's one thing that people fail to realize. And seeing as it's a competitive world and everybody wants to be first, with respect to the release of technology, you have to understand that there can only be one first. and everyone else is not first. So in this competitive society, it is really strange to see how nobody wants to be first.
Well, I remember Rick telling us that, like, if you made an electric motor that was 20% more efficient than the existing motors, you could not patent it. They would absolutely not allow you, because that technology had to be amortized and until they were ready for a new system to come in. Even though there's probably systems much more efficient than what we have today, it's not allowed to be brought into the market. And so this is the same thing, that if the knowledge seekers would have made something, it would have been squashed. It would have never be allowed. Mr. Keshe has been battling this battle for 40 years with governments and government scientists.
But
So,
interesting enough, the UBESO systems, which were demonstrated last year, were obsolete in December, and those systems were obsolete in February, and those systems were obsolete last month. So is there any reason to carry the obsolete technology along? You know, if there's an advancement, just move ahead to the new advancement. This is a lot less effort consumed in the process of advancing the advancement than in stifling the advancement.
right, and a lot of things have been improved, as he said, with the vision enhancement glasses or other things that they're adding new things. Not that the old ones don't work, but they're continuing to add the more advanced technology. And I think they're all open for upgrades. I don't think he put the Ubiso's out for it to be obsolete. What it is that particular understanding is now gone, in a way, not by the wayside, but added to, so that the newer systems have that upgrade in them. And this will continue, I believe. We'll have to see exactly what's being planned, and no one knows for sure. But to me, these systems work that were put out, what he said about the vision glasses, or even the older discs, he said. They've come up with these new discs with the hole in the center, which focuses all the energy towards the center, like the crystal. But he said the older ones still work for the purpose they were designed for. So there's many improvements, I think, that can be added into a communication bundle, or into, or maybe they're already set for it. It's just a matter of delivering it, because he said we could deliver many, many things down the line of the communication bundle, or perhaps the Ubiso's, which I think contains the communication bundle as well. But the communication bundle does not contain the Ubiso's. We continue. Anyone else? Great to hear your voice, Alex. Okay, my video has frozen for some reason. We'll have to see if we can get another version of it here and start again. Gosh, I don't even know exactly where we were. Okay. It will not start. Very funny. Doesn't want to start. Okay, let's close this. We're going to try that one more time. Let's just switch off to something else. Sorry for that. We'll go back to 561. We're going to go up to about, I think we're around 33 or 34 minutes, and we'll continue there.
And then we will understand the dimension of the work. Then we understand the dimension of the, what we call, how life has changed, how life will change, and how new dimensions will to Saturn's and the rainbow on the planet Earth.
Sorry, I just went back. Okay, we were too far ahead of our transcript.
Read a book about the creation of the ring of the Saturn, which I've written years ago, then you understand how much as scientists are misguided. If you analyze the shape, the dimension, the curvature, the expansion of the light and the horizon with the rainbow, is dimension and direction of the thickness of the colors in it, you will get a very good idea of what's underneath, beneath the rainbow, within the structure of the planetary Earth. It opens the line of the light. It just explains more, but man does not understand. In the world of chemistry, we say each color of the flame represents a material. If it burns blue, let's say it's hydrogen. If it burns green, is oxygen, hydrogen. If it burns another color, is that material. This is part of the work in the dimension of the, what we call pharmaceutical side of the knowledge of the man. So the same applies to the rainbow. If world of science understand this and can understand how the energies, how the fields of the universe connect to the dimension of the physicality of the man and his life and his dimension of the what we call fields of the creation, and then we understand the totality of life on this planet. And then we will understand the dimension of the work. Then we understand the dimension of the what we call how life has changed, how life will change, and how new dimensions will come into operation of the work of the man. In fact, mankind will be devastated to understand how everything around him has changed and how the knowledge of the universe can be added to the knowledge of the man to bring in a new dimension of knowledge.
Everything will change, and but I don't think everything is going to change. I think the way we look at things are going to change, and this is what's going to bring in the new dimension of understanding. We're not going to look at a plant as just a plant, or a wheat as just a wheat, or a cow as just a cow, or other things as just what we understood in the matter state. We're going to have a new dimension of knowledge being added. That's just my understanding. This is why everything will change. It's almost like a magic wand in a way. Maybe it'll be a slower process, or it won't be so quick, but it'll be a slower process. But this is how everything has changed. The scales are being removed from the eyes of in a way, the eye of the soul. Even though nothing's hidden from the soul, for some reason, the matter state has not understood it. And this, I think, is what he's talking about. Everything will change. The way we approach things, the way we look at things, the way we feel things in so many ways. This is what's going to change, and we're going to understand it's the field interaction more than the matter state interaction, which is pretty weak. And the fields are much more powerful and instantaneous to me.
How in space, in a deeper space, in combination of the fields of the universe, in interaction with the fields of any planetary system, any condition, not necessarily planetary, but field interaction, will create its own energy, its own what we call rainbow, its own conversion of energy, its own manifestation. If you understand this, if you comprehend the depth of what we call knowledge, then you understand how come you have different skin colors, how come you have different structures and how come every organ in the body of the man has different colors and structure and work. Then, as I always say, there is no difference between micro and macro. And this brings us in a much more closer way to understand the work of the universe, to understand how to bring changes in the world of the science, the energy of the man is used, and how man can use these lines of energies, these fields of the universe, to create motion. To create energy, to create life. And how much we can extend this knowledge to a point that can bring change in the life of humanity on this planet. I'm a nuclear physicist, and I've been more or less for 50 years. And to achieve this new understanding in the structure of the knowledge of the man, we have developed a technology very much like a nuclear reactor. But this nuclear reactor of the universal dimension does not release as neutron to create energy. It creates condition of the release of the energies in the state and in a condition of the universal energies. For the first time, you understand what this means once you understand about the transmutation and transportation and everything else, the way the new knowledge has to sit. Mankind nuclear reactors, even the ones in satellites, has a time span because it uses dimension of the matter state, energy release. The new reactor, which we have developed and undergoing tests, is another nuclear reactor which produces energy in the dimension of the universe.
And this is what he was saying. The original reactors and everything else needed an outside source of energy where they took the mercurium or something out of the smoke detectors and used that and multiplied that. Now, with the new reactor system or the new universal energy system, they're creating what they need within that system, so they're not dependent on any outside sources. It's all happening within the system itself, and this is where he's saying we're replicating the work of the universe. Of course, we're not privy to it. As he said, he's been a nuclear scientist for 50 years and been working on these things for quite a long time. But this is the level that it's reaching now with the universal energies and the way they're created. So there'd be no need for any sort of outside source, which will deplete eventually in 100 years or 50 years or whatever. You go traveling into space for 500 years. With the new system, it generates its own energy within itself. And this is, to me, the beauty of the new system. No reliance on any materials from this planet or anywhere.
Which means man become independent of the resources of this planet. Man now uses the same technology as used by what you call the aliens, the man of the universe. This is one step beyond the system which we developed in Iran and for lift and motion. This is more or less the ultimate energy system which man has been waiting for to become independent, what you call the free energy structure. This technology will bring change to humanity. where through this new technology, not only you can transmute, you can use energies of it to live at the point, place, and position. Does not where you land, does not matter how you manifest yourself. The development of the new universal energy systems, which is a breakthrough in the world of science, will be disclosed in a very near future, and it will be shown to a number of nations. This system is not to be developed. This system is already developed. This will bring and break through all the dogmas we have with what we call clueless scientists, call themselves academicians, and professors and the rest, which have taken humanity to hostage. I have asked the Iranian government for the past 6 weeks to allow this technology to be released. And with the wisdom of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, we are waiting for an answer by 12 o'clock tonight.
Okay, I think we'll stop there, but you can see the progression and where it is now. They're asking a government to open this and to share this knowledge with the other nations. So this is how where we are in this situation. And again, if not them, others will be involved. But he'd like to see everybody at this round table, the Chinese, the Americans, the Iranians, perhaps other nations, and then it'll all be shared. But this is where it is. It's developed. It's not something that has to be developed. And I think allowing scientists to view what's going on in the background may help this process as well. But in Iran, I think they have quite a detailed understanding past any nation on this planet. That's why he's asking them to come forth with it for this permanent peaceful solution. Again, it's not going to be easy, but they're asking, there's a reason for it. And this is the way it's hoping to go. But we'll have to see. I don't know. Again, we haven't heard anything on this deadline, but he's made it known to the world that the ball, in a way, sits in the court of Iran right now for them to release this knowledge to the nations or start to show a little bit of it, which will make every scientist enamored. And again, it'll be in the public domain, so it'll be sort of free for everyone to play with. So this is where we are. Any thoughts or questions anyone would like to share? And again, did we do anything other than to support the Keshe Foundation through our soul and through a few meager donations in the Keshe Foundation store and so on? Some have purchased more, some have purchased less, but all the development of the technology has been purely within the Keshe Foundation structure and the team working with Mr. Keshe. I'm sure some other scientists have some clues about it. As he said with the magravs, the knowledge seekers didn't do much with the magravs, but the group that's in a way watching what the Keshe Foundation is doing in the background, they have done something with the magrav. He didn't tell us what, but they've done more than the knowledge seekers have done with it. But now it's going to be opened up for everyone to use it, maybe not at this point be able to build it. I know he said that with the soaps as well. The way it's done, as he said with the gas unit, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it until the souls are elevated, because otherwise it'll lead into abuse, I think. So he's trying to prevent that, and they'll keep this, most of this knowledge within the Keshe Foundation. All right, any other things before we go to create the Dome of Peace? Let's just bring that up. Again, you can go through this workshop as many times as you'd like. It's all open for everyone. It's in the public domain. And again, we've never heard a scientist or anyone on this planet really talk in depth with such confidence and such understanding. And he's not only saying it, he has the systems to back it up in a way. You know, he didn't go to the Chinese and he said, oh, I can create the CH4 gas, just believe me. No. He actually demonstrated, they actually confirmed, or the materials that were created out of a material system, they tested it, they verified it at top labs. And so he just didn't say, I can do it, believe me. He actually showed. Or he didn't say, well, you don't need to confirm this in the matter state, just take my word for it because I'm a nuclear scientist. So no, he actually put it on the table. He showed the amino acids as well. So many things have gone on in the background that we're not even privy to at this point. But I think it'll all slowly open up more and more. Many books, besides the religious books, I think are going to get opened up. So let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can. And of course, we always start with the first part of the Dome of Peace, which is spreading of the Gans waters, which you can do every day. But Sunday is the designated time to release this. And let's hear from Stefania if we can.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so we all know about the spreading of the Gans waters, and we can do this on Sunday, but we can also do this anytime you'd like. You can pour it down the drain, you can spray it, you can have it in your car as a windshield washer. There's many ways to allow this to go out, but this is something, as he said, for the physicality to do. And again, these fields seem to know where to go, and it's also connecting the wellness centers and bringing balance. There's probably some, in a way, he's laying some sort of groundwork, perhaps in a way, but it's also for us to take up that mantle of continuing to create the permanent peaceful solution on this planet. If you're not sure how to make GANs, you can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn a little bit about that, or contact one of the other knowledge seekers. It sounds very odd when you first hear of nano coating and wires and connections and plates and coils, and it's all sort of new, but this is actually showing you the transmutation of from energy to matter state, and then of course back to energy, just the way our life works. So if we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, this is where we can all use the power of the soul. And of course the Brazilian team has daily intentions, which are on Wednesday. Let me just share that if I can. And it's a beautiful meeting every day, but on Wednesday it goes at 6 p.m. Now we're on the Central European time. Any other time, the daily intention is at 1 a.m. Central European time. And of course, that difference between most nations and Central, or many nations between Central European time, will be corrected by next Sunday at 2 a.m. in the morning. So it's only for this week to keep in mind that the programs are a little bit, maybe an hour later than you're used to joining. And that's happened to me a number of times. So you can join on Wednesday for the elevation of the souls and all the world leaders, or for the daily intentions. Anyone want to say anything about that? I see we have a couple of Brazilian people here. Anything you'd like to say or welcome them? It's in English and it's in Portuguese as well. And you're all welcome to be part of that. And you can make comments or share your understanding or ask questions. It's usually a brief meeting that you can come to. But this is the second part, again, using the soul to bring about the change, the powers of the soul. Let me just go back to that one again. And we need to reshare, of course. It's part of the new program. So let's have Shweta read this.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
And thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. Let's take about 2.5 minutes now and just enter into this energy dimension, this process that we're becoming more and more familiar with, that will bring the change through the collective energies of everyone, that then enforcing it in the matter state as the typical way of doing things. And of course, this method doesn't take a lot of work and doesn't take a lot of energy as opposed to working in the matter state. But it's not a short-term job. And maybe this is preparing us for some other things that we'll experience in the universe that maybe won't happen at the snap of the finger, but it'll take some time. So let's just take 5 minutes of silence. And if we could, let's add in the people in Gaza, the people in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Israel, all those who've been subject to the, again, not good warring and anger and just hatred. And this is what Mr. Keshe say, we're going to drum out of the man in a way, or remove it, that we don't even remember we used to kill. I think he had mentioned this, or maybe we won't even remember what planet we've come from. Okay, for some reason that is ringing. Okay, so let's take 2.5 minutes now and enter into this process. And then, of course, we'll just show one panel where you can enter into this process at any time you want, but there is a certain time at 9 p.m. Central European time, and we'll cover this right after here. So let's take 2.5 minutes of our life, share our soul with the others, use the power of the soul to bring the change collectively. Thank you. Thank you all. That's how easy this process is. I was actually talking to someone yesterday and I was just mentioning, let's wish for peace on this planet. And he says, oh, sure, prayers and wishes, prayers and wishes. And I said every day at, 3 o'clock our time or 9 p.m. Central European time, but I was using our time. And he just sort of laughed and shook his head and walked away. He couldn't understand the power of his own energies within his structure, but that's okay. We elevated him as well and gave him something to think about. And I just said, share a nanosecond of your life every day. So we can do this on a regular basis. And this is what we're asking the Universal Council. And the Universal Council is learning this process as well. Don't think they've all arrived there, but the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European time now. It's no longer Central European summertime for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So that's what the GANS Waters does. It brings balance into your home. It brings balance into the environment. And now we're using the powers of the soul to do the same thing. Again, powerful and in conjunction with the GANs, or what we consider the gas as a nanosolid in the matter state. So you're all invited, again, to come into this virtual meeting in a way. There's no Telegram, there's no Zoom. You just connect on the energy level and start to find out more about your capabilities. Again, you can connect to anything through the soul. And we're just learning about this, and this will be the procedure when you go into the universe. There probably won't be anything to write on or any language translators. It'll be all through the emotions and understanding of what you feel. So we're learning this process on a daily basis, but we're going to use it throughout our existence in the universe. And we're just starting to explore or opening up this dimension of energy to everyone. So thank you all for listening, and I think we're all waiting for the spectacular performance that Alex is going to bring, and we always look forward to him being here with us, and again, in a way, giving us a different aspect or a different understanding of looking at this huge, huge knowledge. Alex, if you're ready to take the screen, please go ahead. Let's just see. Sometimes it gets hidden behind another panel. Let me just move this over. Alex, are you? Yes, I see your mic has come open. And have you started the screen sharing? I'm still looking.
Wow, this is...
No problem. We're very patient and accommodating, especially with all these upgrades that the Zoom system has sort of thrown a curve or a floater at us in a way. And it's hard to go back to where we were. Supposedly an improvement, but many are complaining. But I think it's just because we haven't learned fully how to use it. But we thank Zoom and all the work they do in the background to keep us and many other organizations connected at this level in the matter state. Alex, we see your disclaimer. Are you ready to proceed?
Is that my disclaimer?
Well, it certainly isn't mine. It says Alex Skoric screen.
Okay, what is this doing on the screen now?
Well, it is what you usually start out with, which is the disclaimer. You are sharing the screen, I see.
Just give me 1 second here.
Yeah. We're all working it out, from the expert host to the amateur host like myself.
Okay, I spent 20 minutes practicing, and
Okay.
I had it all worked out, and here we are, let down again.
I see Randy's mic has come open. Maybe he has a suggestion or something he'd like to add.
We went back to Mark's screen. There was a little arrow at the left-hand side of that green thing. I wonder if when it said up, I wonder if that meant it made that little thing disappear.
You're very faint. You're very faint. But no, that's the annotate button. Why it is appearing there, I have no idea. That little green circle? Yes, you're right there now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll mute up.
Okay. Alex, you've lost the screen sharing for some reason. Do I need to stop the sharing
I
or
don't know.
anything like that? I'm not sure. Let me just see if we can correct it that
Maybe
way.
that's, I don't know.
It could be.
Can you,
Oops. No, it's okay. That's okay. Okay. No, I'm not able to. I don't see a way. It's no problem. We can pause the recording if need be until we get situated.
Okay, just a moment. Now it's gone.
Okay.
Okay, so let me see if this will come back again.
Okay, I see you've taken the screen and now we see the disclaimer again, so it's there.
It's there.
Yes.
Well, while it's there, let's see if we can play it.
Be sure
The
to,
information and
yes,
education
it's playing
material contained
perfectly.
herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Good
That was
afternoon.
good afternoon. That was a beautiful rendition of the disclaimer. Thank you.
Oh, except for one small little detail. And that is that my screen is not up. Oh my God. So let's see if this will work.
Yeah, there it is. Now we see your opening screen. Yes, perfect. It does take a bit of time to get used to, but I think you've gotten it.
Okay. You know, some programmers is going to have to put in an emoji or something like with a handle so that we can get a handle on it. Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and it's another beautiful Sunday afternoon, and hopefully adults have come into the building. And I want to thank all for being here and making this such an important meeting, because there are many, many very important events going on at this point in time. Generally speaking, probably some of the most important times in the last 100 years. It is not an overstatement. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing the intermediate transmutation. And yes, today I have made up a word, mathematics. And my name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is October the 27th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we're discussing intermediate transmutation, and it's a continuation of a lot of intermediate series going now for 4 years. And we are trying to figure out what's going on in this y-axis sphere, and how the bonding is affecting. Last week it was tensity, and today is mathematics. Please understand, even though these are intermediate teachings, they are still very, very basics. And one of the reasons that I've chosen this name is because not all of us are rocket scientists, and not all of us are plasma physicists, and not all of us have gone to that school where we can have a PhD. So most of us are on the hesitancy highway. We're walking with the lowest energy state, and we're just sitting on the donkeys trying to cross this bonding highway. And we see, well, we may need 2 tents for the evening. But we see ourselves, despite the fact that we're on the lowest energy state, as masters of the universe. Yes, because we're searching for outer space, aren't we? So we can beat the mass exodus onto the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And will there be a mass exodus? And this is one of the questions that we ask, and it sounds like a strange question. If you leave, will you want to come back? Well, how much of a burning desire do you have to leave? And if you're going to leave, where are you going to go? And is where you're going to go better than where you are? And so many questions. But one of the things that is common is that our existence is based on our mass, and our mass has to take a lot of things into account. So these are all discussed in the books of Maren Tavakoli Keshe. Book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, the bringing together the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And please remember that there are many people who have no idea what we're talking about, and this is as new can be. And to talk about book number 2, The Structure of the Light, this is already confounding to a lot of people, and to understand that the light has to go from one matter to another matter. And at some point in book number 3, you have the origin of the universe. And so that matter breaks up into 2 universes, our universe and the sister universe. And this picture that shows 2 different fields is probably one of the most difficult things to understand. And what we have to understand is, where are these fields exactly in our science? And so what we find is, of course, our universe is what we're concerned about in our science. But our science ignores the rest. And that's where the problem happens. Because as we're talking about for 349 weeks in a row with Rick Crammond and the Universal Council, trying to put forward the notion of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And the reason for this is because justice and world peace is our ticket to joining the universal community, because that is exactly how they operate. So this is not lip service. This is the reality. And so the 10 Commandments are not lip service, but they're part of a fundamental ethos that is all throughout the universe. And for some reason, we have an exception here. And the reason for it is because we're not operating on the plasma highway. We're trying to get on that. And so we see the relationship with carbon. We're talking about a lot more about that today. But we have to understand that we are in the carbon 12 zone, which is the transmission highway. And so as part of that, we have frequency, and we have pressure, and we have heat. But when we get into the transition highway, those frequency, pressure, and heat are not relevant. And so this transition highway is somewhere off the beaten path, shall we say, but that is actually not true. It is very much part of the beaten path, because all paths go through the transition highway. And then, of course, there's the transmutation highway, which is the highway that we all want to get on. And we think we're getting there, but we're not quite there yet. So let's see how we get there. We understand our little MAGRAPH pie chart And we see that the computer has a mind of its own. Sorry. The matter of pine chiter as the speed of light is a constant transmission. So that notion has led us to believe that it's also the fastest transmission. We found that not to be true. But even though the light is constant, we find that it has a variable transition because we have different colors. And so when we talk about our little pie, is the speed of light just a component, a little piece of that pie? And well, which piece of that pie is it? And why is the universe light years away? And why don't we have that pie? And so is it possible that we are disconnected, or are we conflicted in a zone between the affinity and the prejudice? And I think the prejudice seems to stand out because, let's face it, we were born here and we were happy to be born here because it's a lot nicer here than it is on Mars. And yet we seem to make a mess of things. And that is a choice. And as such, it's also a relationship choice. So we found that as part of the transmission, we actually need to do this transmission in 3 dimensions. And of course, then we have to figure out how do we transition to the various dimensions. And then we find that, well, we have to transition in 3 dimensions. And so here we are trying to analyze the relationship between the X and the Y axis, which are part of the transmutation dimension. And we find that we're still talking about the medium, and it's different from the message. So our medium has to be somehow in the singularity, but it's a singularity of the medium. So we're not taking enough into account. So we've been talking extensively about surface to volume ratios, and we disclosed one of the most important things last week, the tensity as it relates to the surface to volume ratio and what it means. And so we find that when we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2, 1 and 1 doesn't mean it's the same one. And there's a lot of other things it doesn't mean. So we just, generally speaking, you take one and you take another and you will get more than 2. But how much more than 2? So first of all, we have to understand that in the process of balancing feeding dimensions and feedback dimensions, we don't lose the original one. They have to keep feeding. So whether it's one, keep feeding, and the other one, keep feeding, both of them have to keep feeding. And so they are dependent on the feedback, and a result of that, they become also part of the feedback dimensions because they react to the feedback. So the feedback adjusts the feeding. So the feeding doesn't always come at the same volume, does it? Just the same way you adjust the music on your speakers. It's not always at full blast, is it? Unless you're on some kind of enhancement. But where do we sit? We seem to be this observer fudger, because we're not part of these 3 dimensions. We're observing these dimensions, and they have so much variety, and yet, we're just going to round it off and say, pi is 3.14. Well, you know what? It's basically 3. And so we'll just fudge the rest. And we've gone through life with that fudging. But the fact of the matter is, we don't operate in a singularity. We operate in a duality, which means that all things have to be balanced. And so when we're looking at the left side and the right side, there has to be a balance. When we're looking at the components of the left and the right side, we find that there is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it has to come up with a value. On the right side is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it has to come up with a value. And so these two values have to balance. But then we see that there are different energy states, such as atomic state, nanostate, and GaN state. And then we find that we can transcend these various states and still maintain a balance. Well, how do we do this? And so the word mass comes into play. And so we're going to have a little bit of fun with mathematics and try and keep it as simple as possible so that we can understand how is it possible that when we make the cups of life and we put in some metals and some water and some salt, and we have created from an atomic structure a monatomic structure. And then that structure has two different characteristics. One is a physical strength and one is an emotional strength. And just for instance, and then when we put the two together, they represent the cup of man because we are physical and we are emotional. So the physicality is what we relate to in the matter state, but the discussions that we have are using words. And in the matter state of a plasmatic condition, words are not understood. The communication is done through the emotion. So in the matter state, the two primary things that we need to concern ourselves with is the emotional and the physical aspects of our matter state. And so we find that this pertains to all the elements. And then when we find that we need to get into beyond the nanocoding and into the GANS process, we find that we get into compounds, molecules, such as CO2 GANs and calcium carbonate GANs and ZNO GANs, CuO GANs, H2O GANs, and amino acid GANs, which is carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And then we can actually extend beyond that. So we have gold, for instance, we have a range of very exotic nuclear products. And then we have many, many earth ganses. And the thing about these earth ganses is that they're from Earth. Not to say that they can't be on another planet, but this group of ganses is specific to Earth. And in that way, it makes us kind of unique. And the only reason that this is important for us and for it to be unique for us is because it involves us. So we have gravitated to Earth because of these ganses. And so this is fundamentally friendly to us. And as such, if we can find another environment that is fundamentally friendly to us, then we can go there. And in order to, shall we say, make a choice, this choice is based on the mass, because we will find that the mass on Earth or the mass on some other planet would be the same with respect to these fundamental ganses. So when we're talking about the matter plasma, there is a limitation to this matter plasma. Fundamentally, there's the physical plasma, which you can touch and see. That's our physicality. But then there's the plasmatic plasma. You can't touch it and you can't see it, but you can see the effect of it. And of course, you can communicate with it through your emotion. But that is the limitation of the matter plasma dimension. And this is why we are feedback dominant, because we restrict ourselves to just understanding things that we can get like really near to, and not fully explore. So we can see the GANs, and we understand that the GANs has a field around it. And that's as far as we go. But we need to go one step beyond. We need to understand that these relationships have to do with what we call a Magrav balancing, which is a balance of the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And balance is the key word. But balance doesn't mean equal. Balance means imbalance of strength and give and take. And so if we look at equal and we look at only one component of equal, then I guess everything would be super simple. But when we look at our Earth, we see that it's not super simple. It's very complex. And we see that with this complexity comes stability. And so that's a good thing. So the equalness comes with many factors coming together in a form of balance. So when we see the scientific community talk about balance, the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy, there is one balance. But then we look at the spiritual community trying to balance out the spirit and the soul. There is one balance. Now, if we take the scientific community and the spiritual community and take into consideration and balance those fields, and then to make things, yes, more complex, but also more stable, if we add the plasma science and its balance and add that to the knowledge, now you have a thriving relationship. And so that is the difference between the plasma science and all the other sciences. And that is the difference of the direction that we're going. So how do we teach that? And how do we explain that? And how long is it going to take when it's almost taken us forever? And when I say forever, thousands of years to come to this point. And is this the only time that we've come to this point? So we are at a flex point of susceptibility. And so when we look at the conservation of susceptibility, we have to understand that there are variables. And so these variables are all independent plasmatic variables. And as such, each of them have their own magnetical and gravitational mass relationship. And of course, in order to balance into a magrav, the mass relationship on the one side, which we call the magnetical susceptibility, and the mass relationship on the other side, which we call the gravitational susceptibility, have to come into balance. So remembering that something is always something as opposed to something else. And so what is the determination? Well, it's this independent plasmatic variable. And of course, this comes from the principal matter because the principal matter comes from everywhere. It is a convergence of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And it goes through a conversion into the plasmagen matter. And that stays in the plasmagen matter until it interacts with another magrav, which we call the environment. And so now when we take that and interact with that, so the plasmagen interacting with the environment creates a field interaction we call inertia, then we have the choice of manifesting in the physicality. And at that point, there are further criteria to take into account. So fundamentally, when we're looking at the principal matter interaction, we see that the energy that is coming in a pack, and of course we want to parcel it up really nicely, we find that the energy packs come in different flavors. And the reason for that, of course, is they come from all different directions. they've all traveled a different journey, and they come together through a common denominator to converge in this polar interaction. And so it gives it an attribute, a characteristic, and a unique quality. And so that becomes a welcome. And we all share that because we're all here. But we're here, you see, because the energy is a two-way street. So it involves a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. And we look at this whole planet and we say, okay, well, it's a blue planet because it's the water planet. But, you know, there are mountains, there are valleys, there is land, there's water. So there's a whole lot of everything here. And the thing about it is that this blue planet emits what it is. And we have gravitated to this blue planet and we emit what we are. And what we emit is actually an emotion. And the blue planet has emitted an emotion. And so what we are is a manifestation of the combination of those emotions. And so these are the fundamental rules in principle energy flow. So energy has to flow. And it not only flows within the earth, but it also has to flow within the nearest and proximity of other objects in the universe. The most important of us for our immediate attention is the sun. So it too has a two-way emission of intention. And as such, then the sun and the earth create this covalent bonding connection, and it makes the earth that much more welcome for us. So when we look at the conservation of susceptibility, we see that, you know, the x-axis indicates a relationship, but the y-axis indicates a transmutation. So we have things moving around us, we have things moving within us, and then, of course, we collectively and individually can do the movement ourselves. So that gives us a lot of choices and a lot of flexibilities, and this is all part of the matter state. But when we look at the matter state and the interaction of the various points, in many cases, you know, we say, well, that's an affirmation of life. But if we limit ourselves to this kind of cyclic description of our life, it could also be a denial of life because we're not seeing the rest of the picture. What we are assuming is that these points are bonded together. But, you know, each point has a tensity of containment, and each point has a mass relationship. And so we still haven't figured out how to make the choice. We just have to understand that a choice has to be made. Because when we're looking at a spherical field, we find that the plasma fields are overlapping, right? So we have a Gans manifestation, many different Ganses, many different physicalities, and each one is a maggrav. And each of these fields are in a covalent bonding, which is to say, each one contains both a magnetical and a gravitational relationship, and as such, it needs to be bound together. But that's one field. Then when we look at interacting spheres, we see from a polar point of view that one sphere can be connected from the North Pole but goes to the South Pole of the other sphere. And then in return, the South Pole comes back to the North Pole. And so we have an interaction from a polar point of view. But what we have to now take into consideration is the mass point of view of the interacting spheres, because not all spheres are the same. And if they're not the same, then they don't have the same mass. So how can they interact and have this affinity to interact? And then how do we exchange this energy? How do we go through this maggrav energy transfer state? So that's the discussion that we're having today. So we've been talking about the conservation of plasma-gen state dependency, which means it's a matter-gen two-way street of equality. But this equality means energy going back and forth, and the rate at which it goes back and forth is predetermined by conditions. So, as we said, one of those conditions is the magnetical gravitational field forces on each side. A second consideration is the energy state, whether it's atomic, nano, or GaN state. And then there are other factors to take into consideration, such as the tendency and susceptibility to stay within the conservation and containment of the tensity. The tensity keeps the containment contained. So let's just do a little bit of discussion on what it means for atomic mass, and let's use this as a review. So the quantity of matter contained in an atom of an element is the atomic mass. And the observed atomic mass is slightly less, just a little bit, than the sum of the mass of the protons, neutrons, and electrons. Like it's, we'll just fudge the rest, okay? We're good at doing that. And then there's the atomic number. And so when we see the atomic mass is the average weighted mass number of all the isotopes of a given element. So this means that an element can have a different mass. Well, that is kind of confusing, isn't it? So we calculate the base on a frequency of different isotopes of that particular element, and then take the average, and we say, okay, well, that's the atomic mass. And then we assign an atomic number, which is representative of the number of protons in an atom's nucleus. And it is the same for all the atoms of a given element. So regardless of the atomic number, regardless of the mass, the atomic number is the same. Okay, so we accept that. But let's look at the mass formula. So the atomic mass is the number of protons plus the number of neutrons plus the number of electrons. And chemists have agreed that a neutral atom of the isotope carbon-12 is the appropriate standard. Okay, so this is pretty handy because we're organic beings, and that means we're carbon-based. And if we're carbon-based, then carbon is something that should be very, very friendly to us. Okay, but that's another subject. Going to atomic weight. Atomic mass and atomic weight are two ways scientists measure the number of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And they're not exactly interchangeable terms, are they? So the atomic mass includes only protons and neutrons, while the atomic weight also includes the electron mass in its calculation. Okay, but you see, there's a thing about the electrons, you see, because they're kind of small, it's kind of like the dust on your table. So we look at the average mass, and it's a basic physical property of matter. So the mass of an atom or a molecule is referred to the atomic mass, and it's used to find the average mass of elements and molecules and to solve stoichiometry problems. Well, there's another 10-cent word. So let's check on that one. What is stoichiometry? So in chemistry, the determination of proportions of which elements or compounds react with one another, right? So the rules followed in the determination of stoichiometric relationships are based on, oh, look at this, the laws of conservation of mass and energy, and the law of combining weights or volumes. Oh, isn't that interesting? So, as we said, we are going to measure the atomic mass, which is the average of the individual masses of the atoms that make up an element. The individual masses. We're looking at the average of the mass. I would interpret that to say not all masses are the same. And so the atomic mass measures the sum total mass of all the subatomic particles in an atom. And as we said, electrons are so small, so only the mass of the nucleus of an atom is used for atomic mass. Okay? Let's just forget about the other stuff. It's only just, kind of floating around. So when we're looking at the periodic table of prejudice, and I say it's a prejudice because it's prejudice to Earth space, and so these are the elements, and they are nicely, neatly, numerically, sequentially aligned. And so, here we see some of the most important ones to us. We're familiar with the amino acids, and then, of course, the copper, the zinc, and the gold, and the iron. And then, of course, the sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium. And then these two other elements, silicon and sulfur, which are really, really dense and reactive. And they kind of important, but let's just simplify things and look at some of the basic numbers. And so we're just taking a little component of the periodic table of prejudice, and we're just going to isolate on our favorites, the amino acids. And we look at the numbers, and they're based on the proton, we say. Okay, so that's how we arrive at carbon 6, nitrogen 7, oxygen 8, and hydrogen 1. And then, of course, if we add the neutron, so we basically double. It's always a one-to-one relationship. So we have 6 carbon becomes 12, 7 nitrogen becomes 14, and 8 oxygen becomes 16. Now, the hydrogen, unfortunately, does not have a neutron. No, no, no. No neutron hydrogen. Okay, so when we're looking at the mass, remember, we are looking at the protons and the neutrons. And so there's a number below, and that is the atomic mass. So how do we figure the number of neutrons when we have the atomic number? And so in basic mathematics, we take the atomic mass and subtract the atomic number. And what you're left with, in this particular example of carbon, 6.01. Well, let's just fudge the 1, okay? Like, who cares? We're just going to focus on the 6 neutrons, okay? Close enough. Close enough. So, but a funny thing happens. When we look at the mass, and we see that the mass isn't as neat as we make it out. And when we look at the basic amino acids, well, 12.01, pretty close. 14.01, yeah, pretty close. 16.00, oh, this is good. This is bang on. But wait, that hydrogen, it's got a 0.008 extra. Where did that mass come from? Strange. So we see that the atomic mass takes into consideration the electrons. So that would be the discrepancy. Okay. So let's see what the relationship is on the average atomic mass. So let's do some basic mathematics. We're going to take the mass and divide it by the average atomic mass. And what number do we get? It really should be the average of the electron, shouldn't it? Because that's what's the fudge that's left over. And so we find in the carbon we have 0.0008 left over, but in the nitrogen we have 0.0007 left over. We don't have any left over in the oxygen, but when we get to the hydrogen, well, it's only 0.008, an order of magnitude less left over, or I'm sorry, 0.008 would be an order of magnitude more left over. And if we're not taking into account the electron, well, it's supposed to be only the proton left, but we have more left over. Something's not working here. Let's take a look at silicon. Maybe we get a better example because it's a more complex, and maybe we have a different number. And oh my God, the average atomic mass is 1.003, another totally different number. So we cannot seem to get the same mass relationship in all of the elements. So we're kind of fudging things, aren't we? So we have to understand, who we are. And so maybe having a PhD has more to do with piling it higher and deeper because our observations are kind of murky. So we can no longer assume that a neutron is actually the same. And as we discovered last week, when a neutron density is within the surface, that becomes the tension containment limit. And once we pass that limit, then it can radiate. So the embodiment of the radiance can escape from the containment. And which radiance is going to escape? Because there are different flavors. So each of those flavors has a different mass. So therefore, there is a factor that comes into play. And that flavor is based on a feedback. That feedback causes the flavor change. So at this point in time, without the feedback, but we don't know what the radiance is going to be. We don't know what we have to keep within that containment. So once we get that feedback, then we know what we can radiate, and how we radiate is through the neutron release. So when the neutron density exceeds the surface tension containment, then it bursts. So we release the PM tick. And the PM tick, of course, is a maggrav, has a magnetico-gravitational balance. And so the neutron now has burst and has become an electron proton. However, the mass of the electron-proton combination does not equal the mass of the neutron. So that's why we average things out, right? To kind of fudge things over. So if we were to add the release of the PM ticks as an energy, as a mass, then maybe it would be in balance. Maybe. But we've already determined that the neutron is not fixed in its mass. So the thing we have to understand is that there are different energy states. And so when we were looking at the pH of a particular energy state, what we couldn't see was the other energy states. And what we did determine was that when you split up the energy of water into acid and alkaline, there is a corresponding relationship. But what happens when we transcend these energy states? So in simple mathematics, we can add and subtract. Pretty simple. So far, we've done calculations on the atomic mass very simply, adding protons and neutrons. And of course, to make it really simple, well, we get rid of the electrons. But anyway, if we transcend the various states, and if we understand that, well, we've already talked about the atomic state and nanostate and the gas state, and we know that we can do that because we've all done it in our homes. So they're on the physical state, but they have a field strength, which we call a plasma state. And so these four states basically comprise what we refer to as the matter state. But these field transactions are not restricted solely to these states. Because when we say plasma state, we haven't decided how many plasma states are going to be there. We've only decided on the basic three, the atomic, nano, and the GANs. Okay, so we like to refer to carbon-12 as our base state. And we said that that's part of the transmission state. And then carbon-10 and carbon-14 are isotopes, you see, so they're not in the physicality. They're not very stable, but they do exist. And so we find that they can stay as carbon even though the mass has changed. And this is what we say about the mass. We can add these isotopes together and come up with an average mass. And so the average mass has been carbon-12, 6 protons and 6 neutrons. And I guess that's good, because if I take 10 and 14, that's 24, and that's of 2 components. Divide those 2 into 1, and that's 12. Well, that works. Well, let's try if we go to the transmutation state, and we see carbon-16 and carbon-8. So let's do our mathematics there. 8 and 16 is 24, and there's 2 carbons. Divide that by 2, and it comes up to carbon-12. Oh, okay. Well, that works. So we see how the left side is in balance with the right side, except that the left side and the right side are not so much in balance in that energy state as they are with the mass. So in other words, regardless of which energy state we're referencing, the physical component of that energy state remains at carbon-12. Maybe I need to rephrase that. In the physical state, carbon-12 is the physical carbon. In the transition state, carbon-12 is the physical component of the carbon isotope state. We can say then the same thing in the highest energy state. The carbon-12 is a physical component of all the isotopes in that state. So it is possible to carry the physical component embedded within the energy state. It's mathematically possible. Well, what about the in-between states? Because one thing that's unique about this is that all of these carbon isotopes are even. or they're symmetric, which is handy, isn't it? Because it's always divisible by 2. Well, let's just look at the in-between states. They are odd. For instance, we have a C9 and a C15. And here's what's interesting. 9 and 15 are 24, and the 2 components divided by 2 is carbon 12. So even in the asymmetric function, the physical representation is still possible. And if we go down one level, which is more dense, right? The 11 and 13 is 24, and divide that by 2, we get the carbon 12. So that's on the elemental side. But when we get into the molecular side, which is the combination of elements, so in this case, if we take the combination of carbon and hydrogen, if the carbon is 12 and the hydrogen is 1, and we have 3 of them, that comes out to carbon 15. And so the balance between one energy state, which is asymmetric at carbon 15, and the balance with the other energy state, which is a total of 15, that is in balance. The mass is the same. And the physical component of the carbon is embedded within. So that's just one example. And so we see the whole relationship, the symmetric and the asymmetric levels of how we can go through the different isotopes. So we see that the symmetric and asymmetric levels alternate because they allow us to exchange energy from one level to another level. And there's no rule that says we only go from one level to the adjoining level. Okay, so for instance, if we have carbon 14, and if we want to maintain a balance with a lower energy state, then we can run into a nitrogen 14. We find that the mass of the carbon 14 and the mass of the nitrogen 14 are the same, but they're clearly not the same. One is carbon and one is nitrogen. And then if we look at the carbon 16, which is in a higher energy state, and then we look at the mass of the oxygen in 16, and those are the same, and those are in balance. But they're not in adjoining energy states. That's the point. The carbon 14 and nitrogen 14 are in the neighboring states, but the oxygen 16 and the carbon 16 are not. They skip. And so they don't have to be adjoining, but there has to be a nearness and proximity. And so when we look at these compound molecules and how they operate, so we can see that the C14 and the nitrogen 14 are the same. And then we see the C16 and the oxygen 16 are the same. And all of these mentioned are symmetric. And then we find the CH3 is in between. And it is uneven. It's asymmetric. And it is a molecule. And so now we see the relationship of the carbon 15 to the CH3. And if we take this one step further, then we can ask, well, on the basis of the basic pH table, we can see that the atomic mass, as it changes the element. And so there has to be a balance. And so what's interesting is that the beryllium-8 and the oxygen-16 combination is 24, and those two elements divided by 2 is carbon-12. And then for boron-10 and nitrogen-14, and the combination is 24, and the division of those two is carbon-12. So we can then say that the carbon-12 in its physicality is embedded within the physical state. And we've already determined that if we look at the transition state, the carbon-10 and the carbon-14, the total of those is 24, divided by 2 is carbon-12. We see that the carbon-12 is embedded in that state as well. Okay, so then we understand that the balancing of this equation, the balancing of the magnetical gravitational fields and the balancing of the so-called energy states doesn't have to be on the same energy state. And it doesn't have to be on the neighboring side. But if we have the 1/10 on the one side and the other 10th on the other side, maybe that's not quite correct. Maybe it would be better to put the two on the same side, because to balance off, say, the carbon-15 with the CH3, which is an atomic mass of 15 also, then they would have to be balanced, but they would be on the same side of the equation. And then if we look at carbon-14 and its connection to the rest of the universe, then we find that carbon-15 is actually carbon-14 plus 1, or carbon plus 2, or nitrogen-14, or maybe we start adding and going the other way, and we see that if we start adding more than 2, and we take the carbon-15 and add the carbon-15, they come together as carbon-30, and then we add all 3 of those together and they come as carbon-60, and we find that they have higher energies. And so in simple mathematics, what we're saying is that it's additive and it's subtractive. And so if we want to navigate from energy state to energy state, we have to be able to add and subtract the mass. And that is how, in simple terms, we can go from a magrav atomic state to a monatomic nanostate to a polyatomic GaN state to the field of the plasma state. And then we understand that we can even go one step beyond. But if we look at the bottom and we look at that barrier and we say, well, there's a Coulomb barrier on this Earth. Yes, it is, because that becomes our point of containment. All of these elements are on this planet. And so we see that if we understand how to do basic mathematics, then we can create gold. And as we've always said with the amino acids, it always comes out of the thin air. But the reality, because the amino acids are protein, it comes out of the fat air. And so the law of conservation is really taking into account pathing and susceptibility. And as we said, There's a magnetical and there's a gravitational emission. And so one is of attention and one is of retention. And these always interact with the creation emission of intention. So they don't have to be next to each other. All we have to do is consider the nearness and proximity. And we find that the covalent bonding of fields contained within their tensity and their mass, right? Because the field is different based on the mass. And so the point of conflict needs to be converted to become a conflict resolution, a point of containment, a point of bonding. And as such, then the energy can flow. But we seek energy binding in a self-serving manner, and that's okay. But when we do it at the expense of others who are also seeking energy binding in a self-serving manner, we are violating the laws of conservation, because we are now stealing from the same energy state that our neighbor is depending on and ignoring the rest. So when we look at the laws of conservation, we find that there is the rest. And this is the whole point. When we're looking at the plasma rule and we say the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, where is this higher strength? Okay. And so to have this higher strength, it has to develop a binding zone, and it has to keep a tensity to keep that binding zone. And then within that binding zone, it has a mass, right? And so that mass is the energy manifestation. And so when we're looking at the transmutation dimensions, we find that the mass affects our position between the magnetical and gravitational fields forces. And so we have a range transition there in terms of energy state. And then we also have a transmission of elemental susceptibility based on the pH of tensity. So the transmutation is actually range transition, which transcends the y-axis transmutation dimension. And the laws of conservation govern the covalent bonding attributes. And we just don't take enough into account. So we see that tensity is a variable, and also mass is a variable. So the containment requires gravitational tensity and mass. And so when we look at the weight, and we find that it anchors us to this planet. And what we're trying to understand is how we transition from the bond age of chains to the covalent bonding of atomic mass. We are in the post-15th of March 2024 era of choices. We're making a new selection process, understanding the bountiful space of Earth space and how we can get into that outer space, transmutation space. We already have the gravitational confirmation of our Earth space. This hydrogen is giving us its fingerprint, and it is the basic atomic structure with the basic mass. And from that mass, we build all the other mass in the atomic elements, the periodic table of prejudice. And so the energy states change. And so the cornerstones of science incorporate the nano, the pico, the GANS, the plasma, and the soul. These are all the channels for the emission of intention. And that is transmitted on the transmission spectrum, which transitions susceptibility. And this is based on the surface superficiality of the physicality versus the internal substance of the plasmatic reality. And so we look at this point of containment as being the plasmatic interaction. And the only thing that we seem to be focused on is this beautiful color spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum in this point of containment between the gravitational and magnetical field forces, completely ignoring the other elements that are one step beyond. And then understand there's another step beyond that step. So the plasma balance comes together for us the same way. When the knowledge and the wisdom, it gives us a deeper insight. And this experience can change a man's perspective because it now allows us to reflect on life, to see the giving and taking of energy, and see that the misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. And any reference in the historical context really becomes meaningless because what happened 1,000 years ago has no bearing on today. There is no extrapolation in that regard. Once you know, you need to change. And so the pH balancing is always seeking a polar balance, and it's uncut in any state. So the state dependency and transcendence is also uncut. So our emotion of intention is interdependent and manifests in both plasma state and matter state. And so when we're looking at the pH of the magrav, we have to understand that there are many points on the perspective scale, not just this scale that you're looking at right now, but there are other scales that are behind. And this is what the blue planet is made from. It isn't just what you see is what you get. There's more. There's a whole world behind our world that has created our world. And it comes from this potentiation layers of the many points of the field strength of the dove, which is the true representation of the pH of peace. Peace, not just on this planet, but peace in the universe. And if we want to transcend and transmute between the two, those are the rules of the game. And so we continue with the transmutation testing in the next 3 months with the nutrition and wellness testing starting in November. Please join us. And also, as a plasma scientist, understand it's time to not scrap the old, but it's time to move to the new and add to it. Add to what you know and incorporate what is new so we can bring peace and prosperity to this planet to achieve the greater oneness that transcends the limitations of the nuclear science, which has been holding us back. And for 561 weeks through the Knowledge Seekers workshops, we've been publicly letting people know it's been always there, more than 10 years. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it. Adults need to come into the building and sign it and to teach the children to sign it, teach the hooligans to sign it, to understand what it means to stand up for humanity, because man is a reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe. And can man manifest the tensity of heaven through field transmutation? You bet you. Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Doubtful. Can we transmute through the dimensions of history? We already have. It is embedded within us. That's why the many combinations exist of the X and Y axis sphere creation. So this simple layman's mathematics hopefully helps to explain the physical transmission dimensions. Understand that they're there, even if you don't understand how this works. And understand that the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And thanks for allowing me to present.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Wow, that was quite a different teaching. I don't know if I came up with any great questions for you, but let's see if the participants may want to ask a question or have a go at you in so many ways, perhaps taking exception to what you said or confirming in a way what you said. Not that you need the confirmation in the matter state. This is how you're understanding it. And again, it's all what befits us as individuals. So let's see if anyone in the participants list has a question. Is it appropriate to call a dog a magrev rather than a dog, or the sun a magrev rather than the sun? Is this bringing in some sort of confusion, Alex, or is it better stated in these scientific terms to understand it's just not a sun? There's a lot more dynamism going on.
That's a really good question, because
It is?
well, it's about time. It's about time you asked me the
About time, I know.
question. So I think we all agree that we have a notion as what's the difference between a stone and a dog. And I guess I was as shocked as anybody to find out that a stone has a soul. And what kind of soul does a stone have? You know, it can't really be a very strong soul, but it has a soul because of the fact that it has manifest in physicality. So that becomes part of the, shall we say, the rules of the game. And if we accept that as the rules of the game, then when we say our physicality, which is, you know, we're far more versatile than a stone, far more capable than a stone, and in most cases more interesting. I could think of some cases where it's not, but anyway, the question then becomes, if we are a maggrav, and if we have a soul, and if the stone is a maggrav and it has a soul, then that doesn't account for the difference. Something else accounts for the difference. And this is what we have to respect. And this is the first problem. We don't have the respect. And so we need to respect the humanity. And then we need to understand that this rule that has allowed us to become physical was actually an extension of a rule that is played out in the plasma state. So science has been kind of straddling this whole business by saying, well, the most stable thing is carbon-12. And yet we have these other isotopes, and then we have to take those into account and average them out. And then based on those, you know, kind of fudged numbers, come up with an exact science. Well, fudged numbers do not make an exact science. An exact science makes an exact science. Okay, so this is the thing that we have to understand that words have a meaning. So close only counts in horseshoes, and we are trying to create a precision. And this becomes very, very important. You say, well, I don't have the skills to be precise. And yet, when you go to sleep and you start to dream, and you, shall we say, gallivant across the universe, and then you want to come back in the morning, you better be precise. You better come into your body. precision is mandatory. It's not a option. You know, I think I'm going to come into another body. Well, then we find that that is a possibility, except that that other body would have to be your body. So there's a protocol and there's a ethics that you have to follow. And you say, well, why am I not following that in the physical state? You know, why do we have this exception? So we have this exception because we have this delay in consequences. And this is a feature. Isn't it nice? You know, maybe I can borrow $10 for you and pay you next week because it helps me out today. Isn't that nice? And then when next week comes and say, oh, you know, Mark, sorry, I really wasn't, you know, sincere. Well, then, you know, there are consequences of that as well. And this is how we conduct ourselves. We don't think it's important enough. We don't think it's important enough to be precise. And, you know, I'm not talking about military precision. I'm talking about being precise in the way we conduct ourselves. So we have to have a respect for each other. And we have to understand the difference that we have achieved and look at it as a feature and not as a superiority, but as an advantage, if you will, an enhancement, if you will. And if we have this enhancement, then it stands to reason that there are those who don't. And if we have this enhancement, it stands to reason that others who have an enhancement of some sort could be one that we don't. Do we have all of the enhancements, or is this just one of the enhancements that we have? And I think it's a very significant enhancement because when you look at the organization of the universe, it is well organized. And if it was dependent on us and our energy binding needs, we'd be in a whole lot of trouble. Planets would be kind of rotating all over the place. And there was an American sport called roller derby, and everybody would be jamming. And, you know, just going around and bumping into each other, and things could get kind of hairy. For roller derby, it's entertainment, but in the world of life, our misery is not entertainment. It's not something to laugh about. And this is what we've devolved into, and it's really sad. We need to understand that there's a common thread with all of us, and that common thread is manifest through our emotion. Our emotion carries the message. So we have to create a dimension, a pattern, and then from that pattern, we get the energy. That's what we really have to understand, is how to facilitate these physical transmission dimensions to our advantage, and not advantage as opposed to someone else's disadvantage. But our strength lies on our neighbor's strength. In other words, our strength isn't how much we dominate our neighbor. Our strength is dependent on how strong our neighbors are. This is a changing point of view to understand that we are part of a field and we are contributors to that field. But we are part of that field and that field contributes to us. And so this should be a welcome point of view. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else have a thought or an idea or something they'd like to share with us? You talk about complexity brings more balance, but Mr. Keshe is saying his systems have become more simpler. Does that mean they're less balanced? I was just thinking, he said the newer systems are so simple. I mean, we don't understand it, but they're not as elaborate, I guess, as the original reactors. So you're saying that complexity creates balance, but he's saying these systems are simpler. So does that mean, again, there's not a balance? I wouldn't think so, but how do you sort of equate those?
The fundamental thing for the average physicist is that there are four fields, four energy states. There are the strong and weak nuclear fields, the gravitational field, and the electromagnetic. And we don't even call them fields; we call them field forces. So the problem with this whole thing is that the strong nuclear forces are actually weak because they are between the planets, right? So the planets are huge, so the forces need to be huge, but they're actually very weak because of the distance. The nuclear forces, of course, are very strong because of the nearness, but in actuality, they're weak because you only have to put the electron and the proton together. Well, by looking at the MAGRAV, we now can see that the strong nuclear forces and the weak nuclear forces are actually nuclear forces. And so the nuclear forces are a balance between the magnetical and gravitational forces. Well, wait a second. The gravitational force is one of those forces, the gravity. And the magnetical forces are one of those other forces, the electromagnetic forces. So then if we find that the balance of the nuclear forces are the magnetical and gravitational forces, then we find that the balance between the electromagnetic and the gravitational forces are just another description of the strong and weak nuclear forces. They're the same thing. So we can take those four field forces and bring them down into two field forces. So by your definition, that would be simpler. But it doesn't make it any less stable because they have been stable all along. Whether you look at the old paradigm or the new paradigm, they are still in balance and they are still stable. And so it's the same thing that I say with the DNA. The DNA is the same in all the cells, but the cells are different. So how can the DNA be the same and the cells be different? Which means that the criteria for the difference is not the DNA itself. So the criteria for the variability, the spice of life on this planet, is not in the magnetical gravitational field forces, but in the range of the gravitational magnetical field forces. So by adjusting nearness and proximity, by adjusting the path link and susceptibility, and retaining the magnetical gravitational field force, and understanding that energy is always in motion, so then the key factor is that in order to keep this energy, we have to put it in a containment field. Understanding that this containment field is simultaneously interacting with other containment fields. So in the process of interacting, there's neither an addition nor a subtraction, but it becomes more of a catalytic reaction. So there's a giving and taking and giving and taking, and it's done in rapid succession so that the containment is maintained. Now, that containment would carry a mass. If we indeed want to change that mass, here's a couple of things that can happen. One, we know that different elements have a different mass on the periodic table. So if we were to reduce the mass of a particular containment, we would actually change the element. Likewise, if we were to increase the mass, we would change the element. But if we were to completely burst the tensity of that containment, there would be no mass. That mass of that element will now have completely dissolved and become part of another containment. And the choice of that containment is based on a susceptibility and our skill set in determining that susceptibility. And that's what it means to be a plasma scientist. So plasma scientists can add and subtract the mass and maintain the balance, and do this in very simple terms by observing the laws of magnetical gravitational field forces. Back to you, Mark.
Exciting when I understand it completely, or maybe if we were in the church, they'd be saying a mass for that mass who they thought was departed. Anyone else in the participants list who'd like to share something? I see
Yes.
Nikolai. Hello.
Hello,
Welcome.
everybody. Thank you. You said something interesting, Alex, which sometimes you go through this whole rigmarole and I get little peaks of an idea and then I lose them again. And so I want to jump on this one a little bit before I forget it. But the isotopes are where this magic happens. So if there is a way to play with the fields of a specific element, it's within the isotope range to change that field, is it not? Because that's where the wiggle room can happen. So we can add and subtract back and forth in that space to shift the energy states within the confined zone until it becomes greater than or less than the target of the initial element.
So that's 100% correct what you just said. So there's no point me adding to that.
It just struck me for the first time. I hadn't really thought about this before, Alex. So that's what came through in my little click.
Yeah, but that's very clear-headed. Okay, that's clear thinking. Okay, now when we look at our energy states within our nearness and proximity, what is interesting about this particular diagram here, or maybe I should go to another one here, is to understand that these different energy states are being played out. Okay, we're talking about atomic, nanogans, and plasma state. They are being played out on Earth. Like we don't have to leave Earth to experience a plasma state. Okay, we don't have to go into outer space to experience a plasma state. This becomes an important thing for us to understand, because now we see that if we've only been working with the atomic state, if we were just to apply basic mathematics, on this particular diagram, we're only concerned with 25% of reality. Okay, so if you're only working 25% of reality, I'd say, you need to get your money back. You're not getting your money's worth. Okay, but now if we were to look at this and say, okay, all of these energy states are on Earth. And if carbon-14 is a connector, and the reason it's an effective connector is because it's in a plasmatic state as an isotope, meaning that it can come down into carbon-12, or it can come down into, nitrogen-14, right? And what's it connected to? What it's connected to is not on this chart. That's the point. Now we are connected to other dimensions that are beyond this chart. And once we realize that, then questions like, oh, where did I come from? Well, and where are you going? And who am I? And all of this, then we can start answering those questions. But until we understand that we are part of a greater reality and that we have a connection to it, and now that it's been pointed out to us that here is that connection, and what makes this connection entirely possible is because of the versatility of the plasmatic state. The physical state does not have that. The physical state is, in fact, an inertia field, which is the sum total of the interaction of other fields. And when we say 1 and 1 is more than 2, okay, so we take 2 into account and we create an inertia field, and the answer is more than 2. But what happens if we take into account 5 different fields? Like a star formation, 4 points on the star and the center point. And then what happens if we take into account 4 star formations? 5 points, 4 stars. Now we have 20 points. 20 points have more mass than 4 points or 5 points. And so the connection remains. And we can build on that. And so that becomes the difference between that mass of a stone and that mass of a human. And the energy state of a human is multiple combinations of atomic bombs worth. It's that powerful. So we have this higher retention within our field. That's what makes us so unique. And when you look at the Earth and how much it's retaining, you have to understand that its retention is massive. And when you compare that to the sun, well, massive is not a big enough word to describe the retention of the field of the sun. And then if you take into account the solar system, well, the English language just kind of withers away. It is incapable of describing this. So what we are now realizing is that there's a whole universe out there which we are connected to because we understand the basic plasma rules. It's very, very simple. However, our little piece of the pie here on Earth is so tiny compared to the rest of the pie. And we almost feel as if we're doing something wrong, by even looking at that pie. Don't even look at it because you might want it. Well, we should want it because it's part of our pie and not something that we need to lord over. And as my friend once said, as he was walking on the beach and he was finding all these beautiful, beautiful stones, and he was gathering them up, and he said, "Oh, this makes a nice collection and they're so beautiful and I can do so much with it." And as he kept walking, getting more and more stones, the load was getting heavier and heavier. And then he decided, yeah, these will be my stones, and I will just leave them here on the beach, and so I don't have to carry them. And so he placed all the stones on the ground, and he walked with a much lighter load. And this is what we have to realize: the universe is ours, but we don't have to have it. What we have to do is use it in a proper ethical and moral manner, the way it was originally intended. And if we do that, then peace and prosperity is ours. It's as simple as that. I hope that helps, Nikolai. It's great to hear from you.
Thanks, Alex. It's always nice to jump in here. I find this picture of a tent on C14 in the middle to be kind of funny. Only relevant for my own amusement, of course, because I watched something this morning in a little video, and I may as well share the cliff notes. I've been looking into a lot of blockchain technologies and in the research projects that I've been working on, and so one of the tools that has just shown up is something that leverages the idea of intents, and they spell it INTENTS. And the tool is a tool for the Ethereum blockchain for what they're calling layer 2, which was a very scattered blockchain. And so the point of these intents is to collapse the space between these different layers to have them talk to each other. So it's an interoperability intent. And this is the seemingly joke of the joke here for me, because this is the movement that can kind of jump all over the place and make connections from any one of these dimensions to the lower ones and the higher ones as it decides to. And you've placed the intent in the right place.
Did you hear my class last week?
I did not know.
It talks about intensity.
Oh, well, the intents are coming out. Yeah, no, this was a video I watched just earlier today.
Yeah, mine's better.
Yeah. This is a 1 minute one. Don't worry, yours is certainly got more in it than I learned from that. But no, I think this is quite interesting, just in general, having my interests peaked in different places at the same time, and this looks like a blockchain in a way, as I'm looking at these different chunks of information moving from one place to another and having to make sure that they can collaborate and share energies. So it's very similar in many ways.
So I think the key point here is that we don't have to go off planet to understand this technology and to understand its versatility. It's not something that you need to get into a rocket and blow yourself up into in between space.
Well, I wanted to share something else. Maybe you have an insight, or maybe this takes the conversation in an interesting turn. Just a couple days ago, I was, I guess this would have been a few days after the most recent sessions here on the transmutation sessions. And I was laying on the beach with one ear kind of to the ground, and all of a sudden in a moment, I could kind of hear the voices fading in the background. People talking, chatter, bird sounds, whatever. is starting to disappear. And for an instant, I felt myself going into another one of these states. And I don't know if I think Mark was mentioning something about whether or not that was a specific field that I could feel, if it was a carbon something, and the answer for me was no. There was no thinking in that moment. But the moment that I began to think again, or try to recreate what had just occurred, of course it stops. And
Right.
so this was this moment of deep letting go without any planning whatsoever, and happening in an instant, and going, oh wow, hang on a second, I'm not comfortable with that. Of course I am comfortable with it, but the ego is not, and it wants to come back, and it came back very perfectly, exactly right where it was. So I'm curious, what do you think in terms of these energy dimensions? What was going on?
Well, it's the same thing that happens when you go to sleep. You park your body, and soul says, "Okay, I am now free to gallivant across the universe and do what I need to do, and I'll come back and pick you up in the morning." And so in your state, I guess we call it a daydream. It is no different. The key point that you made was that you went on this journey without planning, which is a false statement. You did plan on going. You have to remember that you and your soul are one and the same. The physicality is a manifestation of you and your soul on this planet, and that is an inertia field. So the only planning that we seem to recognize is the planning that we acknowledge in the physicality. And even with this picture that you're looking at, if we say, well, the first level is our physicality and the other levels are in the plasma state, which are more relevant to our soul state, we're finding that, oh, wait a second, we're only experiencing 20% of our existence here. The other existence is where you went. And then you're telling me that this first level is doing all the planning? No, I don't think so. You know, I think that the carbon 12 doesn't have enough of a skill set to do enough planning, you know. So I think the soul.
Yeah, that's a good reminder.
So
Yes.
this is an important point, and this is where when you said that that the trip ended the moment you decided, and again you being in the physicality, I think you really have to differentiate when you say you have to ask yourself, well, you who, and you who soul, not you who physicality. And a lot of people, like to get dreamy and creamy about that, like California dreaming and stuff like that. And, it becomes so ooey gooey syrupy, covered with, 6 scoops of sugar in your coffee. And that's not what it is. What it is, the creamy, dreamy, beautiful reality is the universe. And, the enjoyment of the sharing with the universe is a wonderment that I don't have English words to explain it. I know that I didn't have any of the problems that I'm having today. I didn't have these problems before I was born. And I don't remember anything before I was born. But that's to say, I don't remember anything in the physicality. Now we're finding a totally different reality. We are finding that our historical journey is embedded in our RNA. So the manifestation of our physicality and the emotion that is attached to that physicality is transgenerational. So the memory remains, which means if the memory remains from us prior to our birth, then the memory must retain after our death. And so therefore, we have to choose very carefully what we wish to remember. And one of the things that I have personally been going through in terms of, because I have been doing the transmutation testing sessions for quite a while, is that I have had a chance to review my life, and I can't believe the number of mistakes and the amount of hurt that I have created. And so I can't change that, but I can certainly change my viewpoint with respect to that. And that is to say that I can't carry the baggage if I expect to move forward. And so we tend to be harsh on ourselves. And the reason we need to be harsh on ourselves is because we know the truth. So if we mean to learn from our experience, then those harsh realities have to be learned and have to be remembered and then not repeated. And in fact, corrected. That would be the better phraseology. Correct what you made a mistake from and move on from there. And that's how we learn, and that's how we build. And then that becomes your new RNA. And so we don't have to carry the baggage anymore. At that moment, the baggage just drops. And this is very important for us because there's a lot of people who carry a transgenerational hatred, saying, oh, 500 years ago, my great grandfather fought for this side, and there was a massacre and all this, and so I'm seeking revenge. And so it's, well, at what point does your revenge begin? Are you sure that the what you consider as the revenge point is as a result of what someone else did to you? But is it possible that what someone else did to you was actually a revenge, came from a point of what someone you or in your ancestry did prior to that? Like, you can't just arbitrarily pick your revenge point and discount the rest. That's denying your history and your responsibility in the history. Okay, well, so what happened 100 years ago, we're just going to whitewash the whole thing. And okay, well, that's fine. And if the two sides agree, so okay, I will not carry forward my history and my resentment, and I will bring peace forward. And the potential conflict that you would have with someone else, and they come to the same conflict resolution, well, that will be fine. And so now you have a new set of operating procedures, and you can take advantage of that. But it has to be sincere. And it can only be sincere on a plasmatic level. And so if you are fully dependent on your planning on a physical state, and if you're only dependent on your interpretation of events on a physical state, and if you only listen to the words, and you don't listen to the intent, you don't listen to the soul, and you don't communicate on a elevated emotional level, then you could easily become a victim of another ruse, another deception. And so you need to immunize yourself from this and understand the plasma rule and understand the ethos of the universe. And when I say understand it meaningfully, because that is the only way that you can punch the ticket to join the universal community, because that's how they communicate. So you want to play poker in outer space? Have fun, okay? You'll be the only one at the table because everyone else will just leave you to sit in your own misery. Then life becomes a very, very lonely place. I hope that helps, Nikolai.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had a question come up partway through your your words there. Struck a note, and my question is related perhaps to another part of the discussion earlier, where you mentioned DNA and RNA, or at least one of the two, that if I remember correctly, that not everything is based on the DNA. So in these moments, do you think there are other things happening in the RNA field? Is that perhaps what the soul has access to? I mean,
Yes.
big question, but yeah.
Well, you understand the difference, right? Yeah, you understand that the RNA is a precursor for the DNA. So the DNA is a physical manifestation of the blueprint of the RNA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is the difference between the RNA and the mRNA? The mRNA is a feedback mechanism, and it feeds back to the DNA in the same manner that the RNA feeds to it, but except it comes from the physical side. Okay, so then the mRNA itself is only sending the message, which is the same thing that the RNA is doing, is sending the message. It's the manifestation of the physicality of that message is manifest through the DNA. And the interesting thing about the DNA is that we all have a common denominator, and that is on the maternal side of the genetic code. We all come from the same mother, and that's mind-boggling. That's mind-boggling enough. But the RNA is our path through life. And our path isn't just what we do physically. So there you were daydreaming. So you had an experience. When you go to sleep at night, your soul goes gallivanting. So you have an experience. This experience gets added to your RNA. So yes, the cosmic field forces are interacting with us all the time. And that's why when you look at the neutron, it is constantly changing because new energies are coming into it. So one of the differences between us and a copper wire, for instance, is that the neutron is very rigid and limited in its capability. So if we were looking at the purity of copper, then the intensity of the containment of the copper neutron would be within a narrow limit. And the more pure it is, the narrower the limit. So, if the copper is contaminated, then the neutron is reflecting on that. And so you see the same with water, and you see, you see its purity, and you see how it reacts in a crystal form with the interaction of emotions. So the emotions are reflecting the purity and manifest in the um, uh, um, in the containment field of the water. But water has a special affinity is that it can exchange emotion. And this is the characteristic that's most important because that's the link to the earth. So now we look at the Earth, and what is it traveling to? It's traveling through space. It has its own cosmic interaction. And so one of the reasons that we have gravitated towards Earth is because of this blending and common denominator between our RNA at the time of arrival and, if you will, the energy field of the Earth as it's translated into emotion. So our emotion reads that. That's why we came here. And our target shooting was very precise. You know, we didn't come to Saturn or to Mercury. We came to Earth. Bullseye. So this is based on historical reference that's gathered up in the RNA. But there's a unique characteristic of our existence on this planet where that memory is manifest as a collective amnesia. And so one wonders then, if you remember your first memory, and I would suggest that you were probably several years old when you recall your first memory, then the question has to come to mind, how the hell did you manage? Okay, because you weren't there. How did you go from, babyhood to childhood? How did you do that? You don't remember? You don't remember, crawling on the floor at the age of 4 months and bumping into the, dining room table? You don't remember that? Where were you? And yet we find that babies seem to be able to communicate. What? How is that possible? And what language are they choosing to communicate? And what are they saying? And how do they know? Because you weren't there to remember. So right off the bat, that is your verification and validation that what you do in the physicality is really tiny and insignificant in relationship to everything else. And you have to take that into account, and you have to govern your life that way because you have an opportunity to interpret what life gives you. But life chooses to give you what life thinks you need. Because life knows what you need. So you have to open up and allow life to guide you. But you also have to be a careful navigator, a skillful navigator. And so what life is teaching you is saying, hey, remember that lesson I taught you? You forgot that lesson, and you're bound to make that same mistake. So maybe it's a reminder, or maybe it's a brand new lesson, or maybe it's an add-on to an existing lesson. Either way, life is for learning, and it's like people say to you, oh, I've got a problem, and I'm not feeling very well. I've maybe got a little bit of diabetes or a little bit of cancer, but we want to go on a holiday, and I'll deal with that when I come back. And I say, you know what? Health doesn't take a holiday. Your soul doesn't take care of business according to your holiday schedule. In fact, while you're on holidays, your soul takes care of business also. So this is not something that, you can decide when and where. It would be like deciding, Oh, my stomach's not feeling so good right now. And then I have a problem with my lung. I think I'm going to take care of my stomach right now, and I'll deal with my lung later. Your soul doesn't operate that way. The soul gives you everything that you need unconditionally, on demand. So you have to open and allow to receive. And this actually is not something that we're taught on a daily basis. So it requires repetition, reinforcement, and then repetition again. And then you test yourself and see, okay, I'm not going to listen to what I'm being told and look at the consequences and then say, well, in hindsight, if I'd have listened to what I was told, then I can see that this would have happened. Okay, well, and that's a mistake, and that's the lesson. So it's not to brood on the mistake, but it's to welcome the lesson. And when you govern yourself that way, then all of a sudden, to use an overused phrase, you become unburdened. Over to you, Nikolai.
Yeah, well, where on the spiral are you? Which way are we looking?
Oh,
One of those, we loop and loop and loop on these things in our lives. I find this happening to me often. Some 3-month cycle or 2-month cycle or a daily cycle or whatever the time in between repeating patterns might be. And I go, oh, wow, this is happening again in my life. Interesting. Well, the last time I reacted this way. This time, oh, I reacted the same, but a little more intense or a little less intense. And then it kind of gives me my navigation as to, is this coming to a head? Which way which way am I going to flop on my face next time? You know, oh, it's a shorter flop. It's a shorter belly flop than last time. Okay, that's better.
That's right. And when you were a teenager, obviously you did a lot of stupid things. Would you agree?
Oh, I think even beyond that for some amount of time, Alex. I don't know if those teenage years are even done at this stage. And
the thing is, when you were a teenager, you depended more on the influence of your friends than you did on the influence of your knowledge. Would you agree?
There was certainly more susceptibility to environment, shall we say.
Right. So now, if you review those events in that context and say, oh, I succumb to the susceptibility of my friends as opposed to the susceptibility of my knowledge, but I didn't have the knowledge at that time. Now I have the knowledge, and now I can apply that knowledge to that particular event. Wouldn't your attitude towards that so-called bad time in your life, or when you did something stupid, wouldn't that just change your outlook and say, okay, now I know how I should have reacted in that situation, and I will be better prepared the next time to depend more on my knowledge and less on my influencers. Would that make sense?
Yeah. No, I think that's a nice way to put it. It's it's an infinity game in some way. But
Yeah, but you've changed history at that point in time, you see. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. No, I like that. I mean, the other thing which comes to mind when you mentioned the child and the memories, the first memories that we have might be at 2, it might be at 4, it might be at 8, depending on what, we decided to forget. And yet that child is so present in his God state that there's nobody home in a way. And yet it's completely dependent on the physicality and has to be a narcissist. It has to demand attention from mom and dad. It has to scream when it runs into the wall because it doesn't understand some of these things and is feeling emotion or pain or hunger or whatever for the first time. But yet I mean, those videos that you can see of one child going up to the other child in the family, the younger one, and asking the younger one, "What's God like? I'm starting to forget." And it makes you go, "Oh my Lord. We've learned all kinds of stuff that we didn't really need to learn." And so, yeah, adding knowledge totally changes how we perceive our past, but also at a certain point, it goes the other way around too. And the ignorance of all the knowledge gets them closer to God, gets them closer to the presence of just being there with nobody home. And look into the eyes of a 1-year-old and you go, "Oh boy, this is a little bit terrifying, this super present child just gazing at you." I've certainly had those experiences that have made me go, "Wow, who is home?" And yeah, this is an interesting experience, this life. It's both knowledge and it's unlearning at the same time.
So the questions that you're asking are really terrific. But I would like to encourage you to answer the questions for the benefit of others more, because in the process of answering those questions, it forces you to know what you're talking about. Okay, you can't baffle yourself, and you certainly can't baffle someone else. And if you do baffle someone else, then you can't just let them hang. You have to correct. You have to come at it in such a way that they do understand. And I'm not saying come down to their level. I'm saying, bring it from another angle, if you will, to get to the point of the understanding. Find out where the lack of the understanding is, and try and get to that. And if you don't have the time, then you really, really have to work at becoming more efficient. But in the process of developing those skills, you find that you answer your own questions. And the answers to those questions are from, "Gee, I wonder, if I'm on the right track," to being firm and saying, my answer is repeating the same results regardless of how I come at it. So now I have to become more skillful in coming at it from very different directions, and tune it to the audience so that they can understand, and then help them. And then eventually, they come back to your relationship. Sometimes the simplest of explanations become the easiest to do, and only because people don't have the time in today's life. I moved to the country. I moved away from the city, the rat race in the city, because the pace was so phenomenal. And I was shocked at the pace in the country. It's even worse. We don't have traffic. For me to go downtown takes me 5 minutes. And, if you're traveling in a major center, say like Vancouver or Toronto, 5 minutes only gets you to the next stoplight. It's a totally different reality. And then you find, well, why is everybody in a mad rush? Well, because they want to get the regular stuff, that they need for their life. That what you need. You need to go to the bank. You need to go to the grocery store. You need to go to the beer store. You need to get some gas. You may have to pick up some knickknacks, and then you go home. And then you spend the rest of the day drinking, smoking, and talking. And that's the way of life in the country. And then you have the other population, which is a very small part of the population that does all the work, and they work really, really hard. And everybody's in a rush. Those who have to work, they are run off their feet, and those who like to do nothing like to do a lot of nothing, and so they don't like to do much of anything else, and anything else becomes a waste of time, which includes coming to a knowledge seekers workshop or coming to a meeting like this. So you find that a lot of Americans, for instance, wouldn't come to this meeting because of the football games. I was one of those people. The football was Sunday was very important, but so what? And to do this and talk with you in this intense level, and I'm fully engaged because I have a responsibility when I'm talking to you. I have to make sense to me. This is the most important thing. I have to be careful that I say things to the best of my knowledge. And I also have to run the risk. And the risk is that I could always stand to be corrected. But not corrected. I'd never have to worry about being corrected as in a reprimand. Okay, because the intention that I'm carrying is automatic. I don't have to think about it. I'm trying to convey a message to you and to the other panelists that is important and is relevant. And I am running into the problem now with other people. And I hearken back to when I first, shall we say, became awake to the reality. And I said, well, I would like to know how to cure cancer. Well, if you want to know how to cure cancer, then you have to know about life. And I'm going to, well, wait a second, can we just, can we just deal with that little thing, cancer, and talk about life later? And no, because the two are uh, completely entangled, that you can't extricate one from the other. So I'm finding, well, what are you doing with the Keshe Foundation? Well, we're bringing peace and prosperity to this planet. Wow, that's a big scheme, Don't you think you should just, set your sights a little bit lower, and, maybe you should do one of those creams, to maybe eliminate a migraine headache, or maybe salute some flags or something. And so, yeah, but that's all part of the peace process. Well, I don't understand. What does that have to do with peace? And if you understand that the common denominator is that the intention comes from the soul, the common denominator, the intention comes from the soul, and the language is the emotion. So if you understand one, you automatically understand the other. Thank you all for allowing me to present today. Quite intense, Nikolai. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. It's a pleasure to be with you guys today.
Yes, thank you, Alex, and thank you, Nikolai, and thanks to each and every one of the participants. Whether you spoke a word or not, you're here and you're supporting on the soul level or the silent line of communication, which is fine too. I don't think we're going to be hearing a lot of talk in the universe. I apologize that the chat was disabled. I don't know why. That's never happened before. It could be due to the new update, but we will check it in the future, make sure the chat is enabled for everyone. Thank you, Claudia. Okay, any other comments from anyone? Or shall we close? I think, again, let me take the screen if I possibly can. We'll continue. And then, of course, we want to wish you all well and thank you again for sharing a part of your life today, these number of hours you were here, but may you be proud of the work you do. And may you be proud of the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference you make. We thank you for your presence. And of course, if we always use the three kings or the three wise men, and again, this is the understanding of Mitraism, to think good, to speak good, and to act good. And of course, if you combine this with the World Peace Treaty, which we showed in the beginning of the program, you have a beautiful shielding around your entity. This is the way I think. I think your emotions will be more in balance. Your physicality will also be more in balance, and you'll be elevating other souls. And when you do that, of course, you become nourished as well. Your soul actually does get nourished. So we want to thank you for that. I'm going to play again, keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. We thank the Brazilian team for putting this one together, and Alex for you voicing over in the beginning part of it. But again, go to the store, participate. This is the way we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And there's more to come, much more to come, especially with this ultimate energy system where you will be connected to the energies of the universe directly to yourself through the system. And this is one of the, I think this will complete a lot of the things we've been wondering why we couldn't do more of the same. So I think this new system that'll be employed in the upcoming sessions and perhaps even this Friday, we'll see more new changes and more transmutations coming out of this. So thank you all again for carrying a very small part of this very large carpet. And of course, thanks to Mr. Keshe, the Keshe Foundation, and all the team members in the background that work with Mr. Keshe that we don't always see, but they're an instrumental part of making this all come together for all of us in so many ways. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. In Europe, I think it's already flipped over or about to. So we'll play that, and then we will play the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. So it's our responsibility in so many ways to keep this Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Thank you all. And we'll see you hopefully in one of the next meetings. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to say? Okay, let me just bring up this final one here. I think it's, just let me take that, and maybe it's in back. Yes, here it is. Okay, so we're going to share Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. And again, we'll see you in one of the upcoming sessions. Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit
to others. This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out. Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.